Hello, everybody. Treasures? Treasures? Announced? Yeah? Hello? I'm gonna put the date on screen for everybody so we can all be on the same page about this. Let me start my playlist off up here. Yeah. So basically, it was Eric's wedding the other day. A bunch of the devs were hanging out, and mid hangout, there was a channel created in the Horizon Discord called this. Let me see how to text GDI. Called this. Right there. Right there, chat. Hold on, I got an Aspie window here. And in that channel, potentially a drunk Frank, but also some of the other devs confirming that that is going to be the date for Treasures of Aht Urghan release here on Horizon. You guys like my spinny mini map? I'm trying it out for H&M camping, if you missed the last stream. What's up, y'all? Bosun, Staffy, Deli, Kakin, Time Traveler, Mr. Hines. Hello, everybody. Potentially, yeah. What's up, Thatos? I mean, I'd say it's all but confirmed at this point. I personally hope that they change the date from the 24th. Like Uralis, what's up? Level in Thief to 15. Gotta get that treasure hunter. Oda, how's it going? Yeah, so, I mean, Dynamis basically made some pretty compelling replies. Is that Mancore coming for somebody? Yeah, it is. No, no pop. Cool. Like, I really liked, what was it? The original release date of the server. It was like, what was it, chat? The 18th of December? Something like that? 18th, 19th? That was a really good time because I personally had, like, you know, time off prior to Christmas and, you know, and then afterwards. So, yeah, exactly. So, like, the 24th itself is, like, a little, like, eh. But, I mean, I hope, I don't know, maybe I hope we get more communication about, you know, the choice of date or something. Like, realistically, right? So, the server may have issues opening day, opening weekend, or week. So, it sort of makes sense that the devs might be wanting to put some buffer on being available in order to solve problems. So my kind of assumption is they're looking at, you know, what am I saying? How's everybody doing today? How how y'all doing out there? Stream just started, and I'm already, like, diving into, like, some of the specifics of this stuff. Waiting to get off work to get your Final Fantasy VII fix. Probably Black Mage burn today. Nice. For merits, Oda, or are you, like, leveling Black Mage? Doing well, Time Traveler? Okay, rock on, rock on. I'm good. I just had a shrimp fried rice. I just had some shrimp fried rice. I forgot to get water before the stream started, though, so I may... Oh, no, I didn't. What am I saying? Hey, thanks past me. You put in your PTO already? Well, that's the play, right? Like, this is good enough leeway for people who want to put in, like, PTO. Or for people who want to cancel plans with their family on Christmas. You got 2 months to explain yourself. Oh, we got a Twitch ad anyway. Perfect. Perfect. We'll give that 30 seconds to let up. Am I sure a shrimp fried that rice? Damn. You know, I didn't locally source my my cook for that one. Although I don't think there's rice. I don't think there's shrimp here in Virginia. There's lots of oysters. All right, we're back from Twitch ads. But yeah, like I assume like they want leeway to make sure if the server kind of like sets on fire that they can reset or troubleshoot things going on. That's like my assumption. Again, maybe it would be nice if we kind of got a little bit of like justification, but like, hey, look, right now it's still months away, so I'm not trying to look a gift horse in the mouth here. But and ask for too much, really. Just like we have something tangible now. Yeah, there you go, Fostings. You're ahead. You knew. Kaderva, Black Mage, Burn for Merit, Sun to Somi. Okay, rock on. Yeah, no doubt, Staffy. Like, it kind of... like, the early days were a lot of, like, play for an hour, the server crashes, you know, chat and voice chat until it comes back up, you know? But there has been. So here's the thing. I mentioned earlier that like Dynamis posted some pretty convincing stuff about like that they're generally looking to actually make this release, and there was a little bit of talk of rebase stuff, and how they're basically trying to, instead of hoping for everything to be done, you know, rebase having all of like Horizon's like fixes and whatnot, because they're moving to LSB where stuff is different. For example, chat, you may want to prep for the fact that fishing may not work. Supposedly fishing on LSB is borked. When looking at the chat that mentions 12/24/24, it seems like an odd way to announce it. It does. I think so. Asher, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of when like a AAA game or something, or like a larger studio, what they'll do is they'll post like a Twitter post with like a picture of a game, and let the internet go, holy crap, you know, Dark Souls 5 is coming out. You know what I mean? So, you know, usually that is a post like that is usually precedes like an actual announcement, short, you know, sometime thereafter. And that's the kind of vibe I'm getting from this, like, 12, 24, 24 thing. Kakin says the real question is if they've been able to figure out all the instance content, because it's a lot, especially if anyone has aspirations for a mythic. Yeah, well, you know, let me pull up the original timeline, and it's been said that this timeline is probably not relevant anymore. Let me see. I was looking at it earlier today. For those of you who haven't seen or don't know what I'm talking about, they basically posted like a roadmap. Oh, where was it? Right here. Oh, I need this song in my life right now. All right, so check this out. How much time to window? All right. I'm not sure how much of this you guys can see. That's probably good enough. So if you look at, like, for example, you mentioned instant stuff leading to mythics. Mythic weapons aren't until, according to this original timeline, they're not until patch 2.3, along with Salvage, Pandemonium Warden, and Era Plus editions. Oh, you guys can't even see that. Hold on, I'll fix it in a sec. We got a window here. There we go. I'll let y'all ruminate on that for a second while I head out for claim. Actually, screw it. Might be a turtle. So yeah, so the initial launch kind of never necessarily involved, like, for example, Salvage, which is a bigger undertaking. And Salvage is kind of, or not even just Salvage, sorry. It's not what's the other one? Assault, for example, is, I never noticed Charm. I never seen Charm. Charm is a big green box like that? Assaults are actually separate zones. So assaults, for example, should be less of an issue because they're not instants in the way we think of from like modern gaming. Come on, turtle. Pop. Adamantoise. Yeah, too far. Alright, well, at least it's NQ. I can bop out of here and go seek on Red Mage. I've got an EXP ring running, and I don't want to lose it. Misa, your name is Pink. I see it right here. What level was my Red Mage? 33. It's pink in Twitch. Well, it's like pinkish purple. It's lilac. Oh, Dynatab. I might not get to Red Mage. Dang it. It's okay. It's all right. Pick your color online. Hold on. Look, I might be crazy, but there's definitely, that purple definitely has a touch of pink in it. Which is why I said lilac. Watch this, chat. All right. I might be proven completely wrong here. Where did I put that photo? All right, here we go. Wait, what? I don't know how to search this. Dave, you were in voice chat with me. When the date got announced. All right, how do I change this? There. All right. This is the color on the right here that they're telling me is not pink, but is in fact purple. Okay. Probably is purple. Although it's potentially close. Yeah, no, it's kind of smack dab in the middle of purple, isn't it? Because, like, I mean, I'd call it lilac or lavender. Yeah. Less so than I would say it's purple. I'm partially colorblind, and this monitor's colors are already off, so I'm lost here. We didn't get adamantoids, Benson. Periwinkle. I think it's periwinkle in terms of shade, but I think lilac is probably closer to what I'm seeing. Fuchsia. Nah, all right, I'm checking the Discord picture that Misa posted. Oh, for you, that's purple. Wow. On my end, it's not. On my end, okay. So to clear things up a little here, what Misa has posted and what I see are very different. Bunch of Helen Kellers. Oh, that's interesting, Thatos. I didn't think about that, but it might just be the chat thing that I'm using. Have you seen that guy on TikTok who plays this game where he guesses the color of different characters from anime based on the hex code? No, that sounds fun, though. All right. Enough distraction here. Back to... So we got a couple things. Coming back to Horizon, haven't played since launch. Anyone know where to find any info on current meta for different classes? Like, what do you want in there, Corruption? Like, what kind of meta are you looking for? All right. Yo. Well, thank you for the follow, Night 7. Well, here's the deal, Wetworks. Is that purple? At the risk of rehashing old ground here. Is that purple? I don't know. You make your chat, you make your own. All right. So I don't believe it's just speculation that is treasures. And I guess we can Here, let me put my Discord on this screen and make sure I'm not like... Sounded like my cats might have been fighting. Try not to make sure I give away any personal information or anything. All right. That should be good. Let me get to the right channel. And let's seek on a red mage. Or no, Dynatav. Change job, support job, ninja. Oh, you mean Blurple? I have cats since when? So my brother and I... Yes, actually it's been a while, hasn't it, Misa? My brother and I adopted a cat from the shelter. Oh. And then my brother was out playing Pokemon Go, and the cat's distribution system delivered him a kitten that he rescued from a park. And then in some... I don't know how to put this without sounding like an asshole. In some enlightened decision, we also decided to take on a cat somebody who had too many. So now our household has 3 cats. Is 3 the limit, chat? Like, is it after 3 when it gets weird, or was it the 3rd cat when it was like questionable? All right, let me pull up the Discord channel. After 2, you are a cat lady / cat man. 3 is fine, depending upon the human to pet ratio. 4 could be fine. So there's me, my brother, and occasionally his girlfriend, pretty much, that live here. Third cat is when the eyes are really on you. People are then watching at that point. Just keep getting cats until it feels weird for science. 3 is fine for 2 people, not for 1. I think because that fits my worldview, I will agree with you. All right. Incoming cat. We have a cat tower, Janochi. We have 2. All right. Once I get in the spot here. Look, I'm only mildly embarrassed. Like, in reality, they're great. They're all great. The kitten's a little shithead, like they all are. She wasn't even at the age where you're supposed to like take them to the vet. So she'll be going soonish, but the other two are older and very like very just cool. Just they're chill cats. Oh, there's people here. The two males are fixed already. Yeah, like I said, they're older, and one came from the shelter. You know, so they're all good. So the kitten, who's the girl, we're just waiting for her to get to the right age. Oh, wishes to trade with me? Oh. Yo, thanks, Cal. Three cats, three humans. All right. Look. Shoot, what was I saying before we got off on the cat tangent? Oh, I got the channel up, 122424. And totally agree. I've seen some people in chat saying like Treasures was peak FF11. Totally agree. As much as I enjoy COP era, the things that Treasures adds to the game are just top tier. JTT's cat never jumped on counters or attacked us. This kitten, girl loves to taunt JTT, and if you tell her not to do something, she goes and scratches the couch. Vodka Avenger, yes. As far as I can surmise, it seems like it's confirmed. So I'm gonna bring up the chat. I'll give you guys some, some things. Basically, what you're looking for is you're looking for red names and green names. And sort of there's been some stuff that's developed. At first it seemed like maybe it's Treasures, maybe it's something else, because the initial post was like there's a lot to unpack here. Mm-hmm. All right, here's the initial post. Wasn't it mentioned before that jobs might be released first? No, if that was ever asked, it was quickly shot down. And Daniel, I would love to go over some stuff added in treasures. I think that'd be a great thing to do as well sometime during the stream. The jobs in the expansions are inextricably linked. Well, I wouldn't say inextricably, but they're very strongly linked to the zones and the actual expansion itself, to the point where I'm not sure how you would release the job prior to the actual expansion itself. So it was like this, and then like this from Eric. Well, there it is. Please keep in mind that Frank created the channel and Frank is drinking. Let's see. We got some Dark Bongos, my personal favorite emote from the Horizon server. And it kind of like went on, right? So basically people saying like, hey, is this really the release date for Treasures? Da-da-da-da. Staff being like, sure seems like it. And then Damaris being the level-headed individual that he is. Let me remove this. Well, I guess that's fine. We'll do like... The upside is we have a date. The downside is you get what you get. So I think that some of the earlier comments you could kind of interpret as like, well, we want to bring you something, and, you know, that something could be treasures from like people and then like the staff not being clear. And I think if once we read on later in some of the stuff that Damaris said, I think this is referring to the fact that we are basically going to be getting treasures, but it's not going to be, it's not even necessarily going to be feature complete from the perspective of all right, I'm going into Tav. The 24th isn't a Friday, yeah. We might have to take a slight break from this to do Tav. Maybe if there's some downtime, I'll just elaborate on this thing that Damaris said, because that's going to be important kind of going forward. All right. Whoops. Screw it. Let's just get the... What else did treasures bring? Right. So that's a good question. Something we can definitely... That's something we can definitely talk about as we like spank Dynamis Tav mobs. So there's like, you know, there's kings, there's new kings, there's Cerberus, Chimera, and Thank you for the Twitch sub, Daniel. Appreciate that. Chigos. True, big true. Jeez, my accuracy is this bad. Misa with the 25 months. You figured it out. Sorry, we're just getting settled, chat. I'm trying to split my attention here. You moved all the way from the couch to sub. Wow, that is true friendship, Misa. Yeah, so is everyone on the same Horizon servers? There's only one server for Horizon, James. There's like a lot of content. So Pancration was brought up. I mean, so in terms of like, there's definitely like two conversations that have to be had, right? One is what did treasures bring to the game? Actually, like more like three, honestly, three distinct conversations. What did treasures bring in terms of total content? What did treasures have when it launched? And what kind of things do we expect to see for the Horizon launch specifically? All right, catch you later, Misa. Gotta watch out for them bees. What the? That was strange. Are we fighting? Yeah. Jeez, my accuracy's in the toilet. I've got sushi +1 on, and I'm at with just a dagger in my hand, and I've got 70% accuracy. Alright. Maybe I like Acid Bolt. We got sub jobs yet? No. Okay. I'd really like to see if Pup's any good before I come back to Horizon. I played Pup at retail launch of Treasures and it was dog water. I think that the jobs Okay, so the jobs are number 1, right? So I wish I had like a notepad on screen we could open up. Tell you what, I'll just type this stuff on the side, and then when we have a chance to like actually like pull stuff up on the screen again, we can do that. Jobs are definitely like something that we can expect from launch here. The people balancing the jobs, I really trust. So I would say, while you know your favorite job, for example, pup, might not be, you know, top parse at the beginning of this, you know, at the beginning of Treasure's release here, I think it'll at least be like serviceable, like playable in a way that is oh, there's a worm in a wall. Playable in a way that like you feel like it's interesting, right? Same for core. So actually, a good example is core. We already know that Eric, who's been balancing core, has like an idea of how it should, be balanced. This sucks. I don't think I have the warrior -1, do I? I'll let the main warriors lot on that. So part of like the progression of core on this server, from what Eric has kind of like talked about / hinted at in the past, is you know, first of all, they're likely moving from percentage-based buffs to flat-based buffs. And then core's gear progression is going to be like increasing the potency of those rolls. So you know, as a core, you continuously have like a core who's super well geared from, you know, doing content, you know, maybe even like king level drops to increase the potency of their rolls, is going to be a far more beneficial core. And a lot of this is my assumption, from like little tidbits that have been said. Is going to be a much stronger, more valuable addition to the party than somebody who's just like 75 core, no gear, right? Which was, so two things there that were like small issues in the past is you could just be a naked core and get rotated into parties for buffs, and your contribution was basically worthless. So that's one thing. And the other thing is that percentage-based buffs kind of like, they kind of like monster everything else that comes out. So core, even in modern retail, is so necessary to creating proper party comps for things. What was that all about? What are we zigzagging for? Oh, we're trying to pop. I don't know. I'm just going to zigzag because space is doing it. I think we are trying to pop a mob still. I don't want to get too far ahead of space. So yeah, so jobs, so that's core. Oh right, the antlion. Uh-oh. A core / white mage is a really good example of like, you know, what the perception of the job essentially is. I think this is the back of the mob. I was incorrect. I should have looked at target lines. And there's also like Blue Mage, who is being balanced by... Shoot. I'm not sure. I think it was Jameis. Damn, I should have looked these things up. I think Winter Solstice is on Pup. But yeah, I think that there's a lot to take away from like the way like retail implemented abilities and whatnot. That that like the jobs on launch should be like should feel good. If not, you know, people might have power complaints. I think is the one thing, because they want to release things undertuned and tune them up rather than release them overtuned and have to nerf. One bind bill, let's go. Last time I was in here, chat, the the Taurus mobs had like infinite 100 fists. It was really bad. Yeah, so, right. So, I mean, Pup, I've heard mixed opinions about Pup early on as well. I don't really know, because I didn't really play any of the new jobs when they released and then quit shortly after Treasures. But I would expect, like, you know, attachment balance, you know, something to, like, give your, like, leveling experience kind of softened out, right? So one of the examples we have to go by already is like Thief. Thief here gets triple attack at level 30, and it gets Assassin at 40 instead of 50, or 50 instead of 60. I think it's 50 instead of 60. And it's just like small tweaks like that make the leveling experience better. And like, you know, we may see something along those lines with a job like Pup. I don't really know. I don't really know what to expect. But that is one thing we'd have to look forward to, right? Is like the jobs, hopefully the missions, and assuming that the missions are ready to go, probably also a wardrobe slot. No space. Why you shimmy? Oh. Why when I hit trick attack do tanks shimmy? Why, chat? Yeah, blue I think is going to be a really interesting retooling and a really interesting rebalance. There's been a lot of talk in the blue waiting room channel in the Horizon Discord about, like, you know, adding things like conserve MP trait earlier on for Blue Mage through spells. That way you don't just run out of MP and then have to, like, rest. So yeah. This is where it starts to get dangerous in here. Great, playing a blender job against Blaze Spikes. Ugh. I would like to be properly aligned with the mob now. Is XI camera still on? And I'm gonna pull up a notepad later on, and we'll like list out some of these things. It's just unfortunate that we had Dynamis Tav right at the same time. So. Personally, my big question is Cat 2 merits. How are they going to leave Feint like it is on Thief? Or is Feint going to get changed? Because as far as I know, didn't Feint like basically change the landscape of endgame mobs? Or was it just Zergs? I was not playing Thief back then. Black Mage hat. Very nice. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, Pup's a really fascinating job, honestly. One with Bush. Zergs only. All right. It's kind of wild for Zergs. It basically eliminates any kind of need for Madrigal. Where's the eye? There we go. Frank's buddy is launching a hype server of his own. I need to trick attack somebody up. Ooh. Enmity 9. I think, what am I using right now? Is really Enmity 4 it on the body piece? Faraga 3. That's tough to say, Asher, because like I said, Damaris basically posted some things that seem to heavily hint to it. And we'll definitely talk about that in particular after Dynatav. Damn it. fellowship gear. I'm a pass. I'm gonna let them guys get this. Okay, I guess we're doing the Weaver. This place is so tense, man. Yeah, I'm very interested to see blue as a tool for all sorts of content. After blue comes out, I think that it's going to be very interesting for H&Ms. How people will use it in Dynamis is going to be interesting as well, as whether it's a sleep stun, probably both sleep stun and DD. Hydra spats. The evasion feats. Skill chain maker, potentially, yeah. There may be situations for that. Disseverment, was that in era? Why do I remember that being like a level 99 zone? Because I have a lot of this stuff on retail, but that's like way later. Like my use of blue is way after this era, so I really don't have a lot of basis for... Oh, Airns, okay. Gotcha. Four-step light for real? That's pretty sweet. We fight in the dark or the red? The dark. I'm glad they patched the Taurus mobs, because the permanent 100 fists was awful last time I was in here. Yeah, so jobs, missions, era plus, write that down. go. Yeah, I wonder if... So two things are at play here. Like, game knowledge is a lot higher than it was back in the day. Actually, there's a couple of different things. Custom content exists here. So, like, H.E.N.Ms could mechanically have a place for blue. And third is a rebalance of blue. To make them, like... To give them more of the identity that they come to have in, like, current retail era. Where, like, pup in, like, current retail blue in current retail kind of lives its dream. It's like it is that all-around job that they kind of wanted it to be, but it just kind of falls into, like, these niche places where in retail, like, you can kind of cheese things with it. So, like, cheesing, like, EXP farm, or, you know, feather tickling a mob so it doesn't ever TP. Oh, we all got slept. You know, Lil Flava, so that's one thing I kind of mentioned earlier was conserve MP early on, or just multiple avenues for MP management. So, like, yeah, I see what you're saying, though. Just basically make the cooldowns, but, like, it's still a mage at its heart, right? So, like, I see it more as a job, like, in, like, 14, right, the way Black Mage is played is, like, you do a lot of damage, and then you have, like, skills that refresh your MP. So I kind of see Blue Mage more like that. It's like, you know, when a Red Mage runs out of MP, they either need to convert or rest. But, like, from the sound of it, it's like Blue Mage is, like, you know, going to be a job that's, like, yo-yoing its MP a little bit more. Right, Magic Hammer. Is Magic Hammer... That should be an era. That should be... Asher, I am going to be moving on the assumption that this date is correct. So at least until it's verified one way or the other, let's just let players know that it's at least within the realm of possible. So the date is at the top right of the screen. We got 12/24/24. Is that case? Right. So part of the issue is that is Christmas, Christmas Eve, which makes it tough. Is that actually a weekend? I didn't look at the date. I'm not paying a lot of attention. You were in another server because you wanted to play Pup and Blue again. I hear ya. It's actually really valid, too. Let me check that date. The 24th is a Tuesday. I don't see how they could actually release on the 24th. That can't be right. Paladin slash Ninja for leveling wasn't bad. I did it in Sky. I had like, my parse was like 17%, and the lowest DD in the party was like 21. It wasn't bad, and I didn't even have Enlight. Oh, I also had merits in swords, so yeah. So that's also a consideration. Oh, music change. No mobs repopped when we touched the... Fraga 3. All right. Whoops, I might have hit the wrong one. These dudes are scary, chat. There we go. Whew, I'm on edge. Oh, I thought we were killing the summoner because the avatar just got slept. All right, there we go. They deleted the post now? What post? The Discord channel's still alive. Tag the eye. Anyway. Try to catch up on chat a little bit here. Quistis says, I might quit when Tau comes out. Why is that, Quistis? Did we get any more? No. Ooh, an 1800 Mercy Stroke? Is it my birthday? I can't with this music in here. Go back to Roland Berry. Oh, we got mobs incoming. What is my accuracy anyway? 89.9? Alright, without Madrigal is pretty good. I'm asleep. But yeah, once Tav is over, we will be taking a look and reading some of the posts and reading what some of the devs actually said to get an idea of, you know, how realistic it is that we see Tau in December. But tentatively, it seems like it's very possible. Seriously? No more Hydra gear? What are we fighting? Black Mage. Yeah, so that's the other, right? So Prinny, you're onto something there. Like, at this point, like, how do you not, like, deliver something without, like, causing riots? Just realistically. Okay. That should have died to my skill chain. Oh, you know what? Let me steal real quick. Steal from the thief. Got a bind bill. Let's go. Twelve 24/24 is the date we have right now. Sveneroth, thank you for the follow. Anybody else remember Astral Flow parties where one guy had a friend that would pull the entire zone of Kuftal? I do remember that, only because it was when my brother got back into the game in like 2010. He was like murking those. And I started to play Dancer for the first time. He had already been playing before me, so like I quit in 07. I came back in 010 watching him play. Watching him play as a Taru summoner. That stuff was wild. This year. Yeah. No, 12/24/24. Oh, wait. Yeah, good point. Is it this year or 30/24? They're playing the real long game. Oh, yeah. Dancer. Ugh. It's just all around super cool design. You know what's funny about digging? And maybe somebody else in chat. Any people who chocobo dig out in chat right now can maybe weigh in on this? The past 3 days have been weird. So like Ore dig was Saturday night, I think. There was barely anybody digging. I got my digs done in 3 hours, and I barely saw anybody in the same zones I was in. And I thought that was weird. And then yesterday, I went to go dig. I went to go dig in the desert, right? And, you know, as normal, I get out there like 20 o'clock Vanadil time the previous day, and I get to my spot, and then I kind of like half AFK until the day change happens. It was like 2,200 hours. And I'm like, let me just do a test dig. And the Altepa Desert had not been dug that entire day. So I got like 30 digs in before day change and then got more digs in and capped out. I don't know when the last time I seen that was. That happens sometimes, enemy crab, but like never for desert for me, right? Of all places. You got 60 digs day one. Yeah, exactly, Bosun. I think my day one was something around that as well. I got something like 30 digs day one. 30 digs in Kronstadt, which had weather on day change. Okay, now that is strange. And it wasn't even a cheap ore. It was like a full value ore. It wasn't like a light ore or something, which I think they came back up. Maybe discouraged, but at the same time, like, there's always somebody there. Like even like there's like, look, when you dig a certain zone, you get to know the people that dig that zone because they're there on day change or whatever, same time zone as you or whatever. Like there's like a good 3 to 4 people that I know exclusively dig the desert. And none of those people were there. How much was that Mercy Stroke? 816 with Trick Attack? So not quite 3 hours, Don Patron, like 3 days. So when you dig ore, it's kind of like erroneous to say it took me 5 hours to do all my digs when it takes you 5 Vanadil days, because those days are usually only about 15 minutes long. So I know some people weigh that differently than others. I tend to think of, because I craft in between or I play another game in between, I tend to think about it like 3 hours, 3 Vanadil days is more like 50 minutes of my time. Oh yeah, 100% enemy crab. You know what's funny is I always wonder who does that. So you've confirmed for me you're one of them. Because that's like the perfect time. Like ore window's like prime time for that zone to be freed up. Yo, Xander. Xander, we got a date. 12/24/24. Oh, if you were getting all your digs done in one day, just let me play, you should consider yourself fortunate. Like that's kind of like, what are we fighting? The monk? That's kind of like a luxury. So what would the Friday before the 24th be? Would that be the 2-year anniversary? It would be very close. Chat, remind me, what was the date of the original release? Was it the 18th or the 19th? Whoop. Why'd I ask him? It's only been 2 years, yeah. It feels like longer. We had the 1-year anniversary this past December when Level Sync was when we were doing more episodes. And we had our big event. That's a really interesting point. Yeah, imagine just feeding the entire server anniversary bands right before the new jobs come out. I mean, look. That's kind of nice. Honestly, I think the community would really like that. But the community really likes free things because we're humans. Yeah, we're in Dynamis, Terabyte. Why are they all in Tavnazia? Beating up bees. I think I just T8 onto Deeds. Cletus. A little weird, right? Christmas Eve. Yeah, I mean, if it's hard to say. Like, if something doesn't deliver, it's gonna be weird. Shoot, I forgot to put on my TH set for that. Yeah, and we're going to take a look at some of the things the devs actually said. Oh, did I straight up resist that sleep? Oh no, I got schmacked. Yeah, so Terabyte, if you're playing retail and you need stuff for low levels, you should learn about Sparks of Eminence. That's basically auction house gear for low levels. And you know what's funny is they were pretty good about it. So like the Sparks gear is a really interesting combination of gear that we used for leveling, like in this era, and like guild point stuff, items that are necessary for like guild point production. And it's funny, I've only come to realize that as I've been playing in Horizon, and like I'll go to like search an item for guild points, and it'll say like, oh, you can get this from Sparks of Eminence. Faraga 3 coming at me. Nah, Twashtar's Abyssia. It would be Vajra. If I was to do the dagger, it's still up in the air. It would need to have, it would need to be Aeroplused in a way that was interesting to me. Otherwise, I'd probably just do like Burt Gang or Conqueror. Conqueror is my second favorite weapon in the game, visually. Stalk me and see where I'm digging. I dig in the desert every day. But that's because I have 3 crafts that utilize the items from the desert. It's not, I don't sell I think a single thing that I dig. Though that's not true. I sell giant bird plumes. Everything else I use on my crafters to process. So for me, it's a whole different monetary equation. You know, we brought up that earlier, Cletus. I wonder. So here's the thing: is for Zergs, Feint is so busted. It's like. It's a cheat code on like a 5-minute timer or whatever, 15-minute timer. But I would like to see it be weaker, but more often. So I can use it on like, in like merit parties. You know, I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe that's a bad place for it too. Like if it did like minus 50 evasion on a 1-minute timer. No, that's too powerful. Right, because of the increased sneak attack and trick attack damage. Which, like, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a weird design in general. So there's one particularly interesting and obnoxious design decision of this game. And that is Thief wants to be a dual wield job, but they don't give it native dual wield. And like Vajra and Mandau, all the Rima just compound that issue. Like Mandau supports free trick attacks and sneak attacks, but really wants the crit damage from a stat stick in your offhand, specifically X's knife. Well, actually, yeah, specifically X's knife. Vajra, similarly, the multiplicative bonus of crit damage and the trick attack, sneak attack bonus on the Vajra itself just increase your DPS, like, in a really strong way. Like, basically any strategy you're doing that's any good, whoops, DPS-wise, involves subbing Ninja. But like, look at any other job. The reason you sub ninja is for defensive purposes. Like, okay, except for white mage DPS. Let me see. Maybe Beastmaster is in a similar boat to Thief, in that Nin is their better sub job. Red Mage, because of end spell shenanigans with like Oak Club and stuff like that. Like, I don't know. I just, like, unless they take Vajra and design it in a way that doesn't force me to want to be ninja sub, I don't think I'll make it. Because, like, I don't like being tied to it. I like to have sub job choices. And like, I've already got a Mandau, right? So like, you're kind of like pigeonholed, right? So when you go to create Vajra as a dev, say you were the dev designing Vajra right now. Whoops. Is there a way you build it that it makes sense for somebody who already has a Mandau to want to make it? Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe you make it like a tanking dagger. Like, I don't really know. Like, it's kind of hard to beat the main hand DPS factors of a Mandau. So what do? Do you have the Vajra be an adaptive that says like, you know, if it's in your offhand, have a different effect? But that implies that your job has dual wield. Like, from a fundamental level, I understand, you know, how strong giving Thief native dual wield is. Like, I get why they're not doing it. But from a balance and design perspective, I don't know how long you can avoid it. The job is essentially a dual wield job. Like, I'm not here to push for like one way or the other. I just think that the moment you start designing a high-end dagger that's not already like Mandau, you just get into this territory of, well, if they sub ninja, like, say you make a stat stick, well, that would encourage players to sub ninja and offhand it. Say you make it like, and what design space is there to design a? Yeah, I think, okay, so dual wield 0 is interesting. I think even dual wield 1 on Thief, and then maybe maybe sub job ninja gives you dual wield 2, so you technically get an attack speed increase. I don't know. The more you design better daggers, the more appealing ninja sub becomes. But like, if I don't need shadows, I'm sacrificing things like haste and berserk just to do the thing my job is being designed to do, which is equip 2 weapons. Wasn't Vajra already pretty good? So on paper, Vajra and X's knife were were very, very similar. Make a better damage, but only if single-handed main. And, well, that's what Mandau kind of is. In a design mistake, in like a design oversight, Mandau's best role is basically in your main hand. But I guess you're right. Only if single-wielded main hand is kind of a weird space. Well, actually, yes. It's actually better single-wielded. Yes. Because you're attacking more with the dagger that can do 3x damage. Right. I had it in my head and just had to get there. So Mandau's design is essentially a single-wield dagger. But the DPS gained from subbing warrior is also a like a DPS loss by not subbing ninja. It's I think in the end of the day, what we need is just a better shield. Like, I think if they just kick up what the shields do, I think we're looking at a place where, like, it feels better being a single-wield gamer. Like, because right now, 5 strength enhances killer effects is not it. Which harkens back to the point, which originally is, how do you design Vajra in a way that is good? Because, like, the sort of peak design of what a single-wheel dagger looks like is already kind of done in Mandau. So I don't know. I think maybe leaning into Mandalic Stab, like modern retail does, might be a good idea, because Mandalic Stab has a natural defense. It ignores defense, which Thief sorely needs. Just as long as the modifiers and FTP on Mandalic Stab are, like, moderately good, I think it'll be my go-to weapon skill for a lot of content. Well, I mean, I know you're being cheeky, just let me play, but don't forget, like, SC themselves changed these weapons as time went on anyway. Yeah. Like, through, like, augmentation processes and stuff, and made them usable / interesting. But, like, a lot of what I'm kind of, like, ranting about is, like, you know, stuff that the Horizon devs are going to have to choose specifically for, like, us on this server. Like, just releasing the Relics or the Mythics vanilla, it would just be, like, uninteresting. Yeah, also true, Don. Some of the ones that weren't changed basically continued to live in obscurity. Shoot. Once I'm awake, I'm going to use a poison pot. Is Mandau a better damage weapon? Yes. Compared to Vajra, Mandau is a weapon meant to DD. It's a it's meant to do raw damage. I can pull up 75 Vajra because you know. Okay, so if you're just tuning in, like, hey, I thought we were talking about ToAU stuff. Well, what ended up happening was I forgot about Dynamis. So we're gonna get back to that after this. But in the meantime, we're just talking like some mythics and stuff like that. And I'll give some insight into why this dagger is not that good. Or even passable, honestly. Oh yeah, Ninja literally doesn't have Mijin Gakure here. Maybe slightly biased towards making Thief stronger. I'm not asking for Thief to be stronger. I'm just concluding that there's a problem. Like, believe me, there's a reason I haven't pushed, you know, or said openly that I think Thief deserves dual wield, because I know how strong it'll make my job. Like, dual wield along with Warrior sub or Dragoon sub would be, honestly, it would be extremely strong. Which is why my opinion is that shields should just be better. But Thief is the one place where I have, like, I literally play this game and this job for dozens of hours a week in all manner of content. So it's the place that I have, like, a reasonable you're probably just trolling, Monroe, but I'll say this. The issue is not that it needs more damage. The issue is the damage it has backwards design concepts to it. And like design concepts that are odds with each other. Where when you look at another job, there's almost none with conflicting design concepts. You look at a job like Dragoon, and everything just works the way it should. It's just the job makes sense, the design space makes sense. What doesn't work the way it should with Thief? The fact that the job wants to be a dual wield, like the itemization is designed that it wants to be a dual wield, but it isn't. So that creates design challenges for the devs. It was my main point. The other point is Mandau itself is a weapon that rewards you to do free sneak attacks and trick attacks, but the weapon skill itself is designed to be stacked. The weapon skill that you get from it. And not only that, to cap off my point, the weapon skill that is designed to be stacked has a strength modifier, which when stacking with either SA or TA, with SA in particular, you want Dex. Are these Thief issues or Mandau issues? There are two issues. One is a design issue, and the other is a Thief issue. The fact that Thief is essentially itemized in order to be a dual wield job, but isn't. And the other is a dev issue in that so with Mandau existing the way it is, how do you design Vajra? Why did they get rid of Thief's Knife +1? Because Thief's Knife was like a 1% drop rate in Era, and they wanted all thieves to have access to TH4, so they put it on this necklace instead. Well, it's funny, Vox, because I don't disagree with them. I think that, in particular, if I had access to like Dragoon sub and I was dual wielding, it would be extremely strong. So I'm okay with their vision. I think with the context of make better shields, like phenomenally better shields. And then you'll have people start looking at like, what does Warrior single wield look like? Like why is no other job that can choose single wield DPS choosing it? It's because it's not good. So this is not just a thief issue. Like, take your warrior and pick a job combo and a weapon as a single wield DPS, and ask yourself why you would ever do that. The answer is you wouldn't. Yeah, for sure. I just think there's more dev to that suggestion, Vox. But totally, there's other shields are defensive by nature. Why make them DPS tools? Because dual wield turns that slot into a DPS tool. And well, just answer the first question. Play warrior, single wield. Don't even equip a shield. What does that do? It does nothing. Any job that could choose single wield over dual wield or over two-handed weapons will see a massive DPS nerf. The devs get you heated sometimes. Fair enough. Fencer would change that landscape a little. Agree on that one. And I think Fencer is another example of something that would turn the table away. Dual wield shields. Just become it's a trait called phalanx. Or I guess we already have that, or we already have that as a spell. Call it Roman phalanx. I haven't been paying attention to my gear or what I'm doing for like 10 minutes now. Whoops. What are we fighting? I don't know, man. There are backwards design decisions, and maybe I should write this stuff out at some point, because I feel like I've clearly laid out the problems of why there are conflicting design decisions at play. And like the big one for me, and so this is just like, this is initial SE stuff that Horizon decided to keep the same, but something that really gets me, and it actually gets fixed in Treasures slightly, is why are the jobs that have natural DPS tools, specifically Warrior, why Warrior, the job that gets natural attack boosts, and maybe Dark, that gets natural attack boosts, gets Berserk, gets obviously strength-oriented gear, also the same job that gets weapon skills that ignore defense. Like, and I'm just talking from like a SE, like original creation of the game. Like it's an older MMO, right? And that's gotta be the answer, because like in modern game designs, you would say, oh, the job with less attack, they can choose to do this weaker weapon skill, but it ignores some defense. And that's how they're going to overcome attack penalties. Oh. But do you think that Horizon would actually change a core job mechanic like that? I'm not sure what you mean, oh no, Ash. Are you talking about giving Thief native dual wield? Because SE did do that. Or what core job mechanic change do you think I'm implying? Maybe I can answer that question a little bit better. Crits do not ignore defense entirely. They just have a 1.0, they add 1.0 PDIF to your calculation, which that 1.0 is, the PDIF is determined by your attack to defense ratio. So the critical part of the hit is an ignored defense, but the entire hit is not ignore defense, if that makes sense. So if you do your PDIF equation and you come up with like this hit is doing 1.2 PDIF because of my attack to their defense ratio, and that hit crits, you go to 2.2 PDIF. So what that means is crits, you're right in the sense that crits are better against high defense enemies, because if you're capped PDIF, let's say 4.0, I think is capped. I forget the actual number. And you add 1.0 to that, that's a smaller damage boost than adding 1.0 to 1.2. Is he looking right at us? What? Why wouldn't we go there? Repost. If you... My heart. Change the thief stat modifiers. So the things I said about dex for sneak attack and strength for weapon skill those are true things. I wasn't suggesting you change them. I'm saying for that particular thing, when you sneak attack a weapon skill, when you sneak attack at any point, you want dex on your gear. But Mercy Stroke specifically has no dexterity mod, unlike Shark Bite and Evisceration. So when you sneak attack a Shark Bite or an Evisceration, you double dip on your DPS. you increase your DPS to your sneak attack portion of your weapon skill, but you also increase the modifier for the base damage of that weapon skill. Mercy Stroke is FTP and mod value make it look like you want to stack. You basically want to stack crit damage and stack the weapon skill. I know this is getting a little advanced, but then the mod itself is strength, so it's just a backwards design. But changing shields, I don't think that's changing a core aspect of the game. I think adding better shields is like, I don't know. I feel like that's a fair suggestion. Chat, do you? Am I wrong in that? Does making stronger shields seem like an out of era concept? So strength does, and I agree with you on the F strength concept. Which is what I liked about Mercy Stroke to begin with. I just think that now we're into the realm of what is like truly my opinion on the subject. I think that Mercy Stroke should be redesigned as a weapon skill you use without stacking, because then you're making benefit of more consistent Mercy Strokes that are just like slowly but surely adding extra DPS because of the amount of F strength and attack that they have. Like, I don't know. Better shields benefits more than just Thief too, which is cool. I think right now there's nobody who actively chooses single wield over their except for Paladin. Paladin chooses single wield because they want to play with a shield for defensive purposes. How do you make a shield offensive for Thief? Crit rate, attack. You know, it just... double attack? Guys, I didn't know we were trying the boss, by the way, and now we are. Or make the aftermath longer and better. Yeah. I think ultimately, like, I would like to have this conversation about Thief's issues without the implication that my intention is to just buff the job. I think untangling some of the conflicting design concepts, I think to me is a more interesting space. But I would, if the devs decided to make any change to like specifically the Mandao, I'd be for it. Right, like I can only imagine the red mages that are using Mercy Stroke out there just feel like it's a waste of time. Actually, Ricard, I think that you hit something that I haven't even touched, and that is, what the heck is the point of that weapon skill on Red Mage or Bard? They're not going to use it! They're going to use Evisceration! Every time! JFC, thank you for the follow. Oh, I've missed another follow earlier. The One Trick Pony, thank you for the follow. Do you know any historical warriors or whatnot that use a shield/dagger? Well, historical reasoning, there are plenty of people that aren't ninjas that would hold two weapons. So, like, I don't think holding two things is that terrible much of an ask. But to your point, you know, I think historically there's been like shields that maybe have like hooks on them. I don't know. For like parrying with, I don't really know. Most warriors use spears over swords anyway. Dude, that's true. Spear is like the superior combat weapon. When you do this on Bard, you do about 1200, while your Mercy does like 150. I believe your Mercy stroke numbers because they're not that much better on Thief. Hold on, chat. I'm going to step away for half a second. Oh no, Plemons! Thank you for the sub. Welcome to the Giesel gang. I'm gonna talk to my LS real quick. I was talking to my chat there, Veyron. So we're doing a skill chain, you said? Sorry, what is that for? That's my bad. Okay. Got it. Okay, sounds good. And we're just... Cool. Oh, Kasha to Shark Bite. I will say, to answer your question, is there a reason not to? Both Gecko and Evisceration are stronger than Kasha and Shark Bite, so we would be doing more DPS on our end, if that's a consideration. That's a good question. Yo, chat, appreciate the subs. Thank you, JFC, with the Prime sub. Gaz with the Prime sub. Thank you, guys. If you're new to this, if you're new to subbing on this stream, you do get access to your own avatar. That is, you got to click the widget down below to customize it, and then you could get to participate in mini games and stuff. So really appreciate everybody. Thank you so much. Sounds good. All right, chat, I'm going to be semi-quiet while we do the boss here. We haven't touched the boss since, like, release week. Do devs listen to me at all? When you point out thief issues, they just ignore you. I don't think anything has changed because of something I've said. Okay, I'm opening with Shark Bite, you said? Okay. I'm going to pin it onto space. Opening. Shark Bite out. Ooh, Shark Bite hit for a lot. Oh boy. Is Nightmare preventing... Okay. I got my evasion set on. Hopefully that does a thing. Evasion set did not do anything. What is... Are you serious right now? So everybody with hate was killed or charmed. So the mob depopped. And Nightmare couldn't be countered because poison pots don't affect Nightmare. That felt terrible. We lost the opportunity to win the fight through absolutely zero player agency. Which map is this one? It's Dynamis Tavnazia. I'm going to sit back. Man, after playing a bit of 14, somehow I kind of get why 11 is the way it was. Yeah. Yeah, there's like, I don't know, man. When you play this game, you're always making progress. Like character power, character progress. Which is something 14, if you want to just log in and play 14, like you're making like achievement progress. It's just different. Gotta love fight-ending mechanics that happen just because. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that. Listen, Cletus, I had shadows on, okay? It just so happens that Nightmare also removes them. It uninterruptedly removes them and puts you to sleep. Maybe if we had, I mean, my LS is pointing it out too. Maybe if we just had chain spell stun. All right, did I miss any chat while we were prepping for that? Give Thief bladed gauntlets that don't allow you to equip a shield. Dude, make straps for one-handed weapons. Now we're in the territory of like adjusting core game mechanics for sure. Is Treasures the 1224 thing the Horizon Discord was talking about? It is, as far as we can tell. And once this Dynamis Tav is over, I'm gonna pull back up the Discord and we're gonna read what the devs specifically said and try to parse out, because there is some thought that what they said is, I wouldn't say trolling, but is maybe not. There is a sentiment that maybe it's not implying Treasures of Aht Urghan, but I really strongly think it is, and we're gonna analyze some of this. Yeah, these bosses are definitely old school design. I just don't. I don't like the fact that we lost our chance to win through no player agency of our own. Like at least Dynalord is like, the player agency is like, did you stun? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's the same for that particular incarnation of Diabolos as well. So that was my point earlier. Just bid is like Damaris really kind of, I think, gave some true information about what their intent is, and I definitely want to share that with everybody and try to parse, because I don't think he's mincing his words. But there's nowhere that says like it's not explicitly stated Treasures of Aht Urghan will be coming out on this date, which I don't necessarily think we need. I know, right? It's weird to have hope, isn't it? Wait, Vox, you and freaking, Cletus, how did I forget your Taru's name, man? You haven't been on for too long. Bussin, you and Bussin have the same character model? Which hornet are we fighting? I can't seem to switch my target. There we go. It was an accident. No, you guys planned this. You're in voice chat together, like. Oh my gosh. What if we made the same character? Wouldn't that be so cool? Buddy Lee! Which one are we fighting? This one. Hold on, chat. I gotta tell. I want to read. All right. By the way, what's up, LTL? What's up, buddy? Kind of had a shit farm day. And also that Diabolos felt abysmal, but at least it's nice to get back into this zone. We haven't touched Tav in months. Holy Taurus mobs. Oh, it is a double pull. Alright, I'm gonna get on this one with FM2. Alright, we are gonna be done with this zone soon. We're finishing up our farm here. Hopefully we get at least like one more piece of Hydra before we go. We got like 4 Taurus. Oh, there was an Assassin's Coolot -1? Damn. Hydra doublet. I think that is a decent one. Yeah, that's the mage piece, right? Enmity -9. It's kind of bad, actually, except for the enmity. Do not fight the Avatar. Oh. Leave the eyes. Where are the Taurus mobs? We're letting currency free fall for this particular run. It's LS funded, and like this zone doesn't really return your money, so we just let it free fall, and we do these kind of sparingly, so it's kind of like an incentive for people to just kind of show up. A lot of people don't like doing this because then they can't do their money runs during the week. So it's kind of like they try to like soften the blow as much as they can. All right, we got a Twitch ad starting in 1:45. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go back to Juno. I'm gonna go take a short break while the Twitch ad plays, and when I get back, we're gonna together, chat. We're gonna review the things that were said in the channel that announced ToAU. Make our own judgment as to whether we think it's accurate or not. Of course, there will be more information in the future, if so. Right, so, right, exactly. So, like, 900 currencies over, like, you know, 8 to 16 players or 8 to 18 players, it's going to be a much bigger return than we got here. But you get the Hydra gear, which the tank set is great. You get the -1, which some of that is really good. Anyway, I'm going to warp now. I'm going to swap to Red Mage. We're going to start seeking up for Red Mage party. Oh no, my EXP ring burned because of Tav! Dang it, chat. I lost a Chariot Band charge. Well, it's okay. I got a fresh ring ready to go. All right, I'm gonna grab a quick snack, and we're gonna let these Twitch ads play out, and then we're gonna talk treasure stuff. Be right back. All right. Let's do this. Oh, Kazam Highwind just landed? All right. Hold. I'm in my last Klondike bar, chat. I got them on sale. Cookies and cream. What would you do for that Klondike bar? I paid for a buy one get one free. I paid reduced cost. That's what I did for this Klondike bar. Nanuki, you know what's funny? That's just timers. Oh, is it leaving? You piece of sh... That's just timers, and what I did was I configured it to look like that. So if you add on load timers and then you click timers, or you type timers, /timers, you come here and I changed a couple of things like border visible. I changed the border width. I changed the color to be that light blue color. Changed the font to be white, I think. Yep, just type /timers and mess around with the settings until you find something that you all right. Seek party. Well, actually, let me... there we go, something like that. All right. Screw it. I'm just going to stop running right here, and we're going to pull this up. Okay. So, where were we? So, we left off on Damaris saying the upside is we have a date, the downside is you get what you get. We're going to reference this later. Because some of the comments that you read sort of like from the devs in this thread are not specific early on as to what is coming. So something like this is the downside is you get what you get. Because, you know, some of these types of comments can be read as like, it's not necessarily treasures that we're getting with maybe something else, but we want to just have some of this for reference. Here, Legend says just 3 jobs in the zones will blow our watts. Yes. Actually, probably true. I know there's a lot of people who are like, hey, just literally give us the zones and the jobs and let us get started. I personally would like to see some of the Era Plus revamps that they have in mind, such as assault rewards, and a functioning assault of some kind, but we don't know for sure if we're getting that yet. Damer says, we were hoping for a lot more, but the realization of the extent of the code inquired is mind-boggling. We still must rebase because we have to keep on top of LSB. LSB is the code base that they're moving to from ASB, but small steps are better than no steps. Right? So, the implication here is the rebase is coming and treasures is coming. Someone here says, what I'm getting from this is that the rebase might not be done by this date, so you're going with the bare minimum tau. And Damer says, not quite. The rebase will be done, but we might not have some things ported to LSB in time. And I think that this is going to be the biggest identifier of what will be coming on the 24th, which is the date established by this thread. For example, LSB phishing is incomplete. Dameris is working on building it up, but it will be a long process. So we're going to be like, the expectation is that phishing is one of the things that may take a hit. Things that may not work. And let's pull up Notepad. And put this here. Things that may not work is going to be phishing. Let's do this. Things we're getting. My assumption is jobs and missions and some kind of Era Plus will be the things that are that are actually coming from this. But we, I thought the whole point of ASB over LSB was 75 cap 11. So the thing about LSB is it's very modular in that if you want an LSB server that is capped at 75, you just tell it to do that. The idea behind ASB was make a code base that you can easily spin up your own 75 cap server. LSB, it can still be done. It just requires more effort and more, you basically got to you got to take out things that you don't want more often than not. So there will be quests and such that exist now that will not exist on Rebase. So things that may not work, some quests. So for example, Hookstar made the quest for the Goblin Coif for ASB. That is an example of something that may or may not be ported to LSB in time for Treasure's release. So some quests that they worked on distinctly for that code base may not be in LSB, but we would assume could come over time. All we can do is tidy the gaps to work and push them up to LSB, but we have no authority on that repo. Right, so that's the other problem. The devs who are working on ASB do not have the authority to just shove things on LSB, so stuff will take time. LSB is more stringent. It takes research, and you need to convince the devs of LSB that something is accurate to the way FF11 works in its current state. So until they have something that meets those standards, it will be paused. Right. This makes sense. So again, this is mainly talking about Rebase, but Rebase and release of treasures in this server are intrinsically tied together because they don't want to incur more technical debt moving into the next expansion and future expansions after that. This person brings up scope. Dameris replies, we're working on scoping. We already have a document to show it needs to be done, and the devs are working their asses off on elements. This is something that we kind of knew was happening behind the scenes. Kipling recently pointed out that the scope of... one sec. Oh, dope. My brother's bringing some leftovers home for dinner. Kipling recently pointed out that their scope has changed, and in specifically Besieged was taken off of the scope of their initial release. Oh, my brother's got a package at the door, chat. I'm gonna go bring that inside for him. Be right back. Nobody riot, please. All right, I'm back. Oh no. My ice cream sandwich is melting. Plemons, Rayfu's gonna invite you. Okay. Oh, apparently they know each other. Oh, okay. That's awesome. All right. So somebody here specifically says, so you're saying the release of 1224 will be the release of treasures. Again, it's not answered explicitly. At least not yet. There are things on Horizon that are not in LSB. This is what I was just saying. If we rebase, we need to get those things to LSB if we want them post-rebase. If rebase comes early, some quests that are on Horizon will be unavailable until LSB takes them, which is what I just explained to you guys. Fishing contest is coded here. If it can't get an LSB, it won't be on Horizon. Right. All right. So, keep going.
One more time.
All right. One more time. We're going to start from the top now. Frank says, send it. It's coming. Beastie says, full send. Frank says, very soon. We made some mistakes on initial launch in that we coded a lot of things as custom code on Horizon that led to stability problems. We need the stability. Yeah, that's the purpose of the rebase. And I hope to get Damaris on for a podcast episode to really talk about, I think this is the thing that the devs understand because they communicate with each other when they work on this stuff. But I don't think the community has enough insight as to like why, because this is ultimately the problem of why we need a rebase and why it's prevented us from getting treasures for so long. And we don't. I mean, me personally, I don't think the community needs. I don't think we need like a hard and fast like answers to like why haven't you done this in time. I just or like tell us explicitly why, why the code is the way it is. I just think a genuine like explanation of like, hey, here's an example of some of the things we did and that led to the situation we're in. Cool. Great. I'm glad we're moving on from here, and I'm glad you guys are actually, setting dates and making plays. They're yelling at each other because they're all in the same room together because they're at Eric's wedding, and yeah. This is a bunch of like memeing. There's a lot of memeing for a couple of days. It's loosely suggested, what if Treasures of Aht Urghan, resets your progress, and the whole community goes like, no. Let's see. Hugan talks about the write-up that he did for what is the rebase. This is something I would like to revisit with Hugan. Hugan, if you're around, hit me up about this again, because I know you and I had a conversation about it. Scroll down to the important stuff. December 24th is waning crescent moon, meaning, you know what? There's no chocobo digs to be had. Or digs, I should say. All right, I got to change my sub job on White Mage. I've already got a party going on Red Mage, by the way. So we should be able to slam some EXP here in a couple minutes. The rebase will be done. Okay, so somebody asked, so the rebase will be completed by the 24th? And this is what Dynamis' reply is. The rebase will be done, and that we will be running on the new code base, but not everything will be on it. Again, explained before. So their intent is to swap and then deal with like the issue with releasing when they want to release and the date they've given us is that the compromise is we are going to have less things on the server than we do currently in some respects. And I think that is the thing they were trying to avoid. They wanted to give us like a feature complete expansion, let's say. Well, not feature complete. That's probably a bad way to put it. Something that doesn't impinge upon the things you're already doing in Horizon. For example, the wiki will need to have things in the pages that say something like, "Oh, this quest isn't currently implemented because of the rebase." And Dynamis explains it here. He says we wanted everything moved over, but it wasn't realistic. But what this did for them is this keeps the pressure of the dev team to feel like they have to have everything done by a deadline, and when we will just release the content as we get it working. So, I imagine the people who are working on this stuff are feeling a bit of a sigh of relief on this, and they're just like, okay, let's get a minimum viable product out. Let's see. So ultimately, I think there is an interpretation here. Let me cut this off. I think there is an interpretation here that the rebase is happening on the 24th and not necessarily the expansion, because that was a lot of the conversation. But like, here's what I'll say to that. Why would you tell the community this and then only release the rebase? Literally, the end result of that is less content than we currently have. I think even if you just get a basic version of Treasures running with things we're getting, a soft ToE rollout, I think that is what we're getting. Along with the rebase, you release a soft Treasures launch. I think that makes the most sense. Like if I were them, I wouldn't even bother. The rebase has been a work in progress. Almost choked on ice cream. So, part of what the rebase is, Cletus, is moving the custom Horizon stuff over to LSB. Or at least LSB's framework, which is different from ASB's framework. So, what they're doing is they're basically saying they're picking a point in the list of things they wanted done for the rebase, and they're just stopping there, and they're saying we're going to get here. We're going to release the rebase along with Treasures, and then we'll continue finishing the rebase, because they will have rebased, but they will not have finished the rebase project, if that makes sense. So what's wild, Alpha 1, is some things are LSB, ASB Horizon. But not all things. Some things are ASB, like for example, let's just say fishing. Fishing is obviously working very well on ASB, and that means it's working very well on Horizon. For the rebase, it's going to have to go from ASB to LSB, then to Horizon. But you are essentially correct when you say, are they moving LSB to Horizon? Yes. That's functionally what the rebase is. They're becoming EA. We're getting a game, but not the whole game. Well. We did get this a long time ago, which means like we were never getting full treasures on launch. They want to roll out content, which is super fun. Like to me, this is the promise of a progression server. Is you say, okay, we're getting these major patches, like we sort of would have back in the day. I did. Was this you? Was this you in the Discord who linked it? Because if you were the person who recently linked it in the master chat, that was, yeah, I pulled it off of what you did. Do you notice your own editing or something? That's so funny. All right. So ToAU core launch content and ToAU Era Plus launch. I personally believe we're going to get some degree of that. So when we say things we're getting, I think some of the Era Plus is already there. And I think this is the missing component that they're not explicitly telling us, is like, we need to get the rebase to the point where we want it. We're going to release that alongside essentially a soft Treasures of Aht Urghan. But we also want to capitalize on some of the design work of Era Plus treasures and what that looks like. And that, to me, that is going to be the Era Plusing of the jobs. And missions. Which is like wardrobe. They've been ongoing, exactly. So I could see them finishing up in the next couple of months what those things are, making sure that they have functional modules on LSB. And then making sure that we can get that along with the soft launch. Give players time to explore the jobs, small changes, maybe bigger changes, I don't know. Maybe that's depending upon perspective as well. And maybe do some portion of the missions, maybe some portion of the assaults. That's what we have yet to see. But I think that we are getting treasures either on the state or around the state. I think the community may push to have the date changed slightly, just for real life reasons. It's Christmas Eve in the U.S. at least. I think that different countries celebrate on a different day. I think some countries celebrate like Christmas on that day. Anyway, but yeah, if you look at the rest of the timeline, you'll see remainder of assaults. Nizul, Einarjar, like Hugan actually mentioned in the Discord earlier as well, that this timeline is probably no longer relevant. I think actually in a response to you, Alpha 1, Hugan had said that this timeline is no longer like how things are going to go. So where's my party going? I don't know. I hope that laid out clearly some of the conversation and sort of like where we are with this date and why some people might be thinking, oh, this isn't actually going to happen, because the conversation was mostly centered around the rebase and not the expansion release. It may be the reason for that is because they have time off. You know. Wait, what is the outpost for... Oh. Do we have a White Mageon party? And I get that viewpoint. I wonder why you would announce a date if that were the case. And I wonder if there's anything like I could still see it panning out the way you guys are suggesting. Like rebase comes the weekend before, and then the expansion launches on the 24th. Right. Right, like maybe we get Treasures Kings on launch. But I personally would be happy to just start pecking at my assaults. I would be happy to see people playing new jobs. I only have 2 Yag drinks. Maybe. I think that point is equally valid, Mission Fail. In theory, there will be less people online. It sucks as a player, but it makes sense as a back-end dev. I watched a short from Pirate Software. What was he talking about? Oh, early access. Or not even just early access. He was talking about World of Warcraft's model where if you buy the expansion, if you pre-order the expansion, you get to play for a week before the people who didn't pre-order get to play. And he was saying it's lousy from a player perspective, but for the people managing the servers, it's like pure gold, because you basically get the stress test. You basically get the stress test a week early or whatever it is, and then you can iron out any kinks before the bulk of the player base gets to play the game. Yeah, exactly. Like, Horizon clearly doesn't have anything like that. So instead, you make a 20... Like, this is tinfoil hat territory, but you make it on a day when a lot of people won't be able to log in. You know? I'm just saying it's equally as feasible as... that is the case as, like... You know, we're just getting the rebates. I will admit it's a little weird that in that thread specifically, it's not said explicitly what's going on. Oh, are we camping here? And that more of the talk is around the rebase, but I feel like those things are linked in a way that is a good assumption to make. Oh yeah, Merit 2 category. Dude, there's actually a lot of really cool stuff. Merit 2 category. You know, new jobs. You know, okay, let's just do this. Let's pull this up. This is what I would like to see, I guess. What is cool? What is cool? I don't know. I've never been that. Merit 2 category. These are things that, like, you can release without much effort just by checking some boxes on your code base, right? Merit 2 category. New jobs. New kings. I think you literally cover, and maybe new missions, but like I think you basically cover the entire player base with new things to do with just this. Like, anybody who is not at the point where they can even be thinking about merits or kings they already have like COP and stuff to do. And if they really want to do treasures content, they can access the new jobs. People that have already finished the previous stories and maybe aren't involved in kings, hey, Merit 2 category is cool. Now, what I like to see is missions, including the wardrobe. Oh, and you know what else, actually? What is cool? Here's another thing, is what's that storage called, chat? What is the storage that you pay? Oh, you've got like Imperial standing as well. Mog safe, is that it? Is that the one you pay for? Mog locker, thank you. Like, legitimately, these things will buy the devs so much leeway into finishing what they want to be doing that I think you'd be good here. And I don't really, other than Merit 2 categories, if they're doing an Arrow Plus rework, I don't know how much effort that is involved with that, but that's something they've been talking about by now. Like, there's no way it's like, December 24th is the release date, guys. Let's discuss what we want to do with Merit 2 category. Like, there's just no way. Like, I would be very surprised if not. So, now what I would like to see, like, baseline for me is do this. Why am I all the way down there? Baseline for me is do this. What I would like to see is missions. First X assaults. 10? Now, this is so we can utilize our tags and start getting mission clears and start building assault points for either retooled or new assault rewards. To me, if you have all of this. Oh yeah. Thank you. Actually, that's a really good one. New EXP spots, new EXP / merit. Like all this stuff is so ready to go. Aside from again maybe era plussing on cats and maybe king reworks. All this stuff is so ready to go, and would easily keep the player base occupied. If you add these two things alongside of that, which I don't think missions is terribly much to ask for. If you add in these two things, I think we're looking at a great soft launch. And I don't think much more is necessary. And the kinks are here, here. I mean, it's all the balance stuff that you would think they've already spent a lot of time talking about, like Era Plus. And it's not so much the code, like it's not so much the coding from the ground up of these things. It is just making modules that support them. Imperial Standing, I don't know, maybe they do something different with that too. I imagine Moglocker stays mostly the same. But like what we're not getting, right? Let's do this. What we're not getting, we already know Besieged has been delayed. We already know that, you know, Einerjar / Nizul / Salvage is like way down the line. Pancration, possibly never. However, taking pictures, probably low prio. Someone asked earlier in the stream, like, hey, what kind of things did Treasures add? I wasn't really playing. Okay. Yeah, Wallara Turban is planned to get nerfed. So, I don't know how true this is, but I have heard that the reason Wallara Turban was the way it was is because they wanted to basically sell the expansion. So they looked at people's favorite stat, haste, and said, how can we just hand them a big chunk of it without much effort? And Wallara Turban was the play. I think in modern FF11 kind of like balance, like I don't think you can release that turban with 5% haste from the place that it's released in without invalidating other pieces of without invalidating other gear. And it's not even I think that, it's just true. If you look at the amount of effort it takes to get an Ace's helm or a I gotta pay attention. Let's go to Red Mage. Also, I need a regen macro too. Z&M as well. You've got a while before that. Where's the other mage? Back here. Okay. All right. And I got to fix my... Yo, thank you for the follow, King5823. White cape. I think that's basically it. I don't have mine on any other slots, I don't think. That doesn't exchange for int. Are we 31? Oh, okay, so I don't get to spell yet. You know what's funny about your question there, James, with like how much has been done on the server so far, is there's actually been some talk about, I think Beastie was talking about releasing new census data that is more interesting than the last one. So we may see something like that probably with the next anniversary, which is in December as well. Oh. I forgot to protect us. Alright, I need a regen macro. And maybe cure macros in general. I do have a cure 2 macro. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting conversation that they've been having kind of openly in the Discord about like, hey, we actually have been recording a lot of really interesting stuff that we would like to share. We just got to figure out how to share it. And because some things can become weird competitive edges for really hardcore players. And I don't mean hardcore like if you die you lose your thing. I mean like people who like the type of people who like scrape the website for economic information. Yeah, exactly. People that kind of like no life this game. So they're like, we're just trying to figure out what we want to tell players and what we think would actually like be abused or misused. Dude, all of my enfeebles are landing. I wonder why the jump for me. Because that was definitely not happening the last party I was in. Oh. /MA regen STPT. Do I really not have any good boots for this job? No, I don't. Thank you. Thank you, Justice Badge. I knew... Oh, it's there. I just happened to cast an int spell last. When did I get a pair of Hydra bracers? The hell? Yeah, Vox. I have a DAT swap for Big Chell and Mithra. It's the same pose that the Mithra in some of the Mithra in Kazam have. Damn, this Dommel is chunky. I might pull hate here. Now we're good. All right. You know, I've been told the rigging for 11 is almost impossible to redo nowadays. But because that particular this particular pose was rigged for Kazam Mithra, it's available here. I don't think there's any other race that has that. Like, if you're a Galka and you look at every other Galka in the game, I don't think there's one that's, like, posed in a different way than you can do. Or, like, emoting in a different way than you can do. I think this EXP will be good at 32 as well, and then I'll have to spell. I've not even been looking at my my EXP. How's the EXP been? I think this camp is really going to shine in one more level, but it's good that we're starting at 31, I think. Oh, 469, heck yeah. The Galka that lets you onto the boat in Sabina Mahara has a special animation. Oh, is it like, does he like look like he's taking away like a railing or something, or like a Do we petition for a like right this way sir emote or to the devs? Oh, it's already blinded. Oh, Clemens already has regen, but I'm gonna give another one. He flips over the plaque to let you know the boat is going. So good. Oh, I have Dia too. Let's go. Enjoy your extra defense down, my wonderful party. Also at 32, I get my new capes. Oh, I'm 32. Let's go. So strong. Oh, the ninja's probably blinding it. I'm like, where does that blind keep coming from? Precision. Did I get the burst off? No. Yeah, I'm good to just rest, I guess. Everybody's top. Whoops, I stood up. Whoops. Okay, now none of my Evils are landing, so... Must be a high-level Dalmo. 41, yeah. 9 levels above me? Jeez. Oh. Crap. Oh, hey, I leveled up. Instant MP refill. This is like prime red mage leveling. Although actually, well, I'm okay. Let me explain that actually. I have Dispel right now, but I'm gonna get refresh in a couple levels and haste, and it's like it's such big gains. The irony, Alpha, is you're probably talking about my video. As far as I know, I am the only person who had access to that project while it was still ongoing. I think, unless there's more out there. Um, 12/24/24, KJ. That's what we know. What that means, I lay it out earlier in the video. And so you can check the VOD later if you want to get totally up to speed on that. I have a, what's it called, too? I've got a, Wandering Tales. Oh, jeez. My inventory. Warriors Lorica. Pretty sure I have this already. Add-on, load, find, /find Lorica. Yeah, I have one on my slip. Wait. Yeah. Oh boy, get me some of that fellow gear. Do I even hold on to this? Oh gosh. Yeah. This game, honestly, for me, it's got just the right amount of obnoxious inventory sim. You know what game really killed me though, chat? Borderlands? I just could not. I couldn't organize my inventory fast enough for that game. And like every time I've bounced off of it in any iteration, it's because of the inventory management. That's it. They just they just Salt Bay you with guns. And like random garbo. Oh, I forgot to respond to my brother earlier. Yep, now nothing's landing. Great, fantastic. My self-worth as a human being has gotten lower. Rhino Guard, now's my chance to shine! Dispel! Ha Evasion down boost effect disappeared. My life is complete. That lands better than the paralyze. No. Friggin' paralyze. Hey, I'm doing a good job. Now it's just this. Basically, everything I'm doing right now, except add in just a small, tiny itty-bitty haste and refresh rotation to every party I play in. And that's basically Red Mage to 75. It's just a little inconsequential rotation. I don't think you guys need to worry about that at all. Yeah, you can. As a red mage, you've got to like turn your nose up at your other party members. Otherwise, you're not doing it right. Does this one need dispelling? At 1%? I would have been better off with like a stone one than dispelling that late. Oh man. All right. I need to put in like I just need to pay attention. Damn it. Nobody said this was part of the job description. I heard a Scission. Didn't get the stone in time.
Dispel that Rhino Gourd.
You know what? I will dispel the Reno Gourd. I just need chat to point it out when it happens. Gladys was a good one, right? All right. Come on now, chat. I got rid of the ASMR. Gladys was pretty good just now. can't land a thing. I'm using witch kebabs. Cookies are good. They're like 7 MP, HMP, but the kebabs have 4, and I don't gotta spam.
Oh, I'm glad does now. This should be fun.
Of course, it RNGs to Kronk. Look, chat, I'm spoiling my red mage, okay? I know it, you know it. The dog knows it. Yo, Keith with the 15 months. Thank you, brother. Remember, chat, you can, on YouTube as well, you can get YouTube memberships. They're cheaper than Twitch subs. And you can get your own avatar, and you can support the future of Final Fantasy XI here on YouTube and on this channel. I'm kind of doing a mediocre job of being a red mage. Like, I'm doing kind of like okay. But my MP economy... Yo, Hampty! With the prime sub. Welcome to the Giesel gang. Oh, yeah. And of course, don't forget to like the video if you haven't already. You know, I'm just saying, maybe you didn't, maybe you disagreed. Maybe you don't want to like this video because you disagreed with what I think is coming with treasures. But like it anyway. Because treasures. You know what's cool? I'm actually almost in sub-job range. I am 35. And Paladin sub-red mage is actually a thing for certain content. I hit the thumbs down. Oh, cold stare. I need Silena. Do I have Silena? I don't. Let's see, I need Dia. Yeah, I like it. I like having phalanx. Like specifically, maybe. Maybe I would bring it for Tonberries if I ever tank that again. Although I really liked tanking Tonberry on Sub Warrior. I think I'm doing too much enfeebling and not enough resting. Paladin / Nin, yeah, I mean, the necessary evil, right? I think I gotta watch the amount of enfeebling I'm doing. Did I already use both of my Yag drinks? I did. Yeah, Red Mage, I'm cooking. We're gonna go. For you, chat, I'm gonna make the end spell build with Mandao, so we can all see it. Yeah, I mean, I do have the cooking level requirement. It wouldn't actually be that hard for me to do. Just Dia slow and para. Yeah, I guess. But like part of me really likes gravity for the evasion down at this level. Oh yeah. / blue, I cannot wait. That's like, if I'm going to play a tank that wants to cast a lot of spells, it's Paladin / blue is what I want to be playing. Do they need it? Don't know. I don't have the, I don't have parse going right now. But I mean, there's no way we're capped, right? Like, this is like a level 32 EXP party. I guess the answer actually is no, they don't need it, because we're actually cooking pretty fast when we've got like Dispel and Dia, and if I let those things drop, that's much worse off than just whiffing a couple extra times. I don't pay attention for Rhino Guard. Yo, Curly Johnson with the follow. Thank you so much. Curly J. I want to. I want to do War/Blue, Defender Cocoon. Assuming Cocoon isn't wildly nerfed here, because it has caused issues in the past. I think the defensive stacking there is going to be great. The Ninja has been doing some debuffing. Holy smokes, that double attack. Jeez, what's with this Dalmal? I'm about to put bio on this bad boy. Yeah, I really like the idea of Defender reducing your CE loss here on Horizon, combined with a massive defense stack. It's just missing that one component. We haven't had this conversation in a long time on this channel, chat. It's just missing that one component of like, okay, what do you do? Like, what do you do with your weapon? Because you're still a warrior at the end of the day. And of course, I would love to see Sanguine Blade. I think that would be. I think you got a full build there. War/Blue, add Sanguine Blade to the game. Era plus. I think this Dalmal just needs to die. Okay, it's dead. Oh, convert I get in a few levels too? One sec, chat. Sorry, chat. I gotta go open the door. Yo, Timoli with the 36 months. What the heck? Be right back. Tamale, I feel like you just resubbed like last week. Was it a close to was it a close one? Close resub? Maybe I just don't stream enough. You know, Cameron, to your point about the blood tanking on Warrior, something interesting that happened the other day that kind of like changed my perspective a little bit on this game, which is, again, for me as a longtime player as well, was kind of weird. In the Paladin channel, in the Discord, somebody that was kind of newish to tanking was asking some questions, and the topic came up of... Oh, they already have regen. The topic came up of subbing Ninja and playing as a DD in like Sky and stuff, right? If you guys have been like in that channel at all, you've seen that conversation come and go. And the usual people that bring it up kind of went down the list of reasons, like, look, this is why you sub Ninja and play as a DPS in Sky. You kind of really just want all DDs sub Ninja and you want to bounce hate. But one of the perks is you get to bring extra cures as a paladin, so it's actually kind of a really functioning, thing, right? The typical explanation. And the person replied with this. They said, "Oh, so something along the lines of, I see the merits of why I'd wanna change to paladin as a bruiser." And that just clicked something in my head for me that I don't think... I didn't really put the two and two together before. But like the idea of a bruiser in like a MOBA, or I don't even chat. Fill in the gaps here. What other games do you know for a fact you can say, yes, this is a bruiser character? That's what we call it in XYZ game. Because I'm thinking like League of Legends, right? But what other games is that like a proper term to be utilizing? Do I play League of Legends? I dabbled for a while, but I would play a lot of Heimerdinger. That was my jam. Gonna have to come feed. Yeah. Well, I would say because Heimerdinger has that zone defense, I was pretty good about not feeding, but that was. And then, like, in team fights, I was pretty good at landing my ult with the missiles. But I'm actually more of a team fight tactics player. First thing that came to mind was Barbarian in, like, Diablo 2 and 3. Probably, honestly, a good example. But typically... So, Brawler, not necessarily meta. So, like, in, like, these kind of games... a bruiser typically refers to a character that is a tank, sort of. Typically, they are a high health with sustain rather than high health with damage reduction. But the point of a bruiser character is to get into fights. It's to be DPSing your target, and as you go down, you're utilizing your sustain and your kit somehow. But that's kind of what a Paladin Sub-Ninja DD is in those Sky parties. And I think at the end of the day, the kind of like blood tank warrior build that we've had a couple of discussions on here is basically a bruiser. Where's my price? There. Yeah, and to me, like, also, friggin' Dark Knight. Dark Knight with APOC is a bruiser. Like, yes, your DPS is high, and that comes more from the game mechanics of, like, of the haste aftermath. And just the fact that Dark Knight is kind of like a naturally really high attack job. But, like, you know, we've seen, like, Ragnarok Dark Knight outperform a, you know, the Scythe, but that's more because that is a dedicated selfish weapon. Brever doesn't make War a bruiser. Not really, it makes it a tank. The idea of a high sustain character is what makes a tank a bruiser. Or so maybe it's straddling a line, Monroe. I could see an argument for that, but I just feel like it's maybe more straddling a line than is an obvious like use case like Relic Scythe. I mean, clearly, Final Fantasy XI is not designed for that sort of terminology to actually have a concrete yes or no. Yeah, so Paladin tanking is like distinctly different from Paladin / Nin as a DPS in a party. It functions more in the sustain, you know, in that sort of like sustain role. So you could do things like have a summoner only healer and not feel like you're depleting their MP. Why am I casting slow at this point in the fight? Anyway, I just wanted to share that with you guys, and maybe it kind of got your like mental juices flowing on the idea as well. Correct. I see your distinction there as well, Meta. It's like a bruiser is essentially a type of tank. But yeah, anyway, I think there's a lot to think about there, and maybe it's something that we can revisit. Mental juices depleted. Please provide more mental juices. So what's this about, Tau? Basically 12, 24, 24, Timoli. I don't know if this is dispelled or not. I've been too busy. Goofing around. My War and Paladin are both 75, like Arelis. What do you mean? SE seemingly wanted the players to have a multitude of options in how they like to play Warrior. Case in point, look at those proficiencies and the weapons at their disposal. Yeah. Personally, I had played Warrior a lot in retail because I enjoyed the weapon variety there. I think the weapon in current retail, the weapon variety. Did I level up? Oh, I did. Warrior can play a real multitude of weapon and sub-job choices way better than they can in retail or in era like this. I think Horizon would have to do a bunch of really wacky stuff in order to get Warrior to the type of variety that they have in modern retail. It's actually kind of wild. That's interesting, though. The question of bravura is actually kind of an interesting one as well. I think if Warrior had any sustain in its kit while equipping a two-handed axe, I think I would safely say like yes, distinctly. But that definitely sort of magnifies the question of the difference between a tank and a bruiser in games that encourage those terms. Have I heard of the new MMO copying 11 and EQ Pantheon Rise of the Fallen MMO? No, I haven't heard of that one. We were talking the other day about Ashes of Creation. I think you missed the earliest part of the conversation, Light. Where Paladin / Ninja, somebody who's like newer to the game, when they were told why Paladin slash Ninja works in like a Sky Party is because it's basically a bruiser. It's a sustained DPS, but it doesn't do as much damage as your dedicated DPS. No, Dragoon. I would say maybe you might like again. Final Fantasy XI isn't designed for this. Dragoon slash Mage, I'd say maybe, but Dark with a Relic Scythe definitely is. By like other games categories definitions. And I think Warrior, if it had Sanguine Blade, the very beginning of the conversation was I think Warrior sub blue with Sanguine Blade would very, very much play like a bruiser. You'd be high defense, you'd be tanky, you'd have your own sustain, but you're not going to do as much damage as a dedicated DPS version of Warrior. Anyway, dinner came earlier and I didn't. I gotta go get that, so I'll be back. The EXP party's taking a second as well. Ashes of Creation, Monsters and Memories, and Pantheon. Rise of the Fallen all look amazing. Upcoming MMOs. I'll have to check out that Pantheon one. Ashes of Creation is so on the border of something I would play. Supposedly, Stephen Sharif was an FF11 player. Clemens, the head of Ashes of Creation. I don't know where I heard that, or if anybody can confirm, but. Oh, it seems like you're more tuned in than I am. Just let me play. Don't make me tap the screen, Obi-Wan. The RTS elements and dynamic zone content have been massively de-scoped from the original plan. There's an RTS element to the game? All right, Maserat, take care. Yeah, now you know. If you want to get prepped for anything in treasures, you know? Yeah, peace out. I always wanted to play Guild Wars 2. Couldn't find... Never found the time to get into it. Yeah, the PvP aspect of the game is like the one thing I would personally have to overcome if I wanted to really get into it. Like for me, when I play at our MMO, I prefer PvP elements that are about player decision rather than about direct player-to-player fighting. Right? So like in 11, I think the market, the auction house is a good example of the type of PvP that I enjoy. Oh yeah, this has got Ashen Bubs on it, no originals. Have you been to Ashen Bubs freaking Nexus Mods page? If you just go to his Nexus Mods page, it'll tell you how to get the pack running. And added it like his video, but my game stops loading. Or NMs is a good example of PvP. It's the players like that's like the players like attention versus another player's attention. To me, like the auction house as a crafter especially is like how do I read markets versus how do other players read markets. That's what Eve is like. Okay, I can buy that. Or chocobo digging is like chocobo digging in general is actually at a high level is actually a very much a PvP content. You're all fighting for the resources in one zone during one specific phase, and the players who are smarter will do that faster than other players. It's faster, smarter or paying more attention. And like, so, to make that point is like, I think there's a lot of that in this style of game. Oh, bro, there's limes? Dude, my brother's girlfriend's parents made chicken curry with like, this is best. It's like cilantro, lime, brown rice that's just like cooked perfectly. A big ol' hunk of, I think this is like bakery bread. Oh my gosh, my party members are dying while I'm waxing poetic about my friggin' dinner tonight. But yeah, so for me, like Ashes of Creation, I would have to overcome my feelings on PvP, I think. And if the game could lead me in a way that does that, I think I might really enjoy it. What is going on with this mob? And how could I help? Any kind of debuffs, I guess. Well, there's slow. Let's try to get paralyzed landed before I have to take a knee. Dude, legit, if in Era you understood like the way digging worked and then capitalized on it, you would have been one of the richest people. Like succulent Chinese. You know, I thought it was going to be a ramen kind of night, chat. And my brother's like, no, I'm bringing food home. Did I forget to put up the new probe? Cletus. Cletus. Have I ever implied to you that I'm a vegan? And if I did, can you explain to me exactly what it is you thought I said? I talked about eating a single vegetable. Peppers. I used to rant on my stream about peppers, chat. There was like a 3-month period where I discovered shishito peppers. And if you've never had them, let me tell you. You're missing out. And they have them. They have them in like supermarkets. Yeah. The fact that I've not mentioned being a vegan on this stream should tell you. Deer flat peppers? You know, part of me thinks you're making that phrase up, but the other part of me can actually kind of see it. So we might be talking about the same thing. And that is my superpower. There is one thing in Ashes of Creation that I'm really interested in. They're doing like a dungeon delving kind of thing for the rogue class. If anybody knows what I'm talking about with that, I only read a little bit. What is the node system? Is that like the skill tree stuff? Oh, that. Yes. Okay. Yeah, huge, right? Yeah, I mean, that's like something you promise in a Kickstarter, and then like, then you end up with like node system at home. It's like when you say your choices matter, but all that changes is the dialogue. Yeah, that meme where there's two paths and it's like they just converge into one. They went from 150 to 5. Yeah. I mean that's probably what you were referring to earlier. Just let me play, right? Yeah. I mean, and there's always a world where that gets developed further, but like, you know. I got phalanx now too. That's what you meant by the RTS element. I'm in. I'm locked in. Yeah, and I agree. The dual job system is probably the thing that tipped me over personally. I think that if there's enough to explore there, I'll probably enjoy the game. Specifically, I was looking at Rogue, either Rogue sub Bard or Bard sub Rogue. Whenever more information comes out about that, to me it just sounded like the type of character I wanted to play. What was the other one? Pantheon something? I feel like I must have looked this up before. You know, people bring up like MMO stuff every now and again. Wait, maybe not. Oh, I still didn't use food. Yeah, it's really rare for something that's not like an indie game to catch my attention, Vox. Like, the one that really came out of nowhere and surprised me is definitely Deadlock. If anybody plays Deadlock, we occasionally do like pickup games in the in the Discord. But it's like a MOBA meets an FPS, and it's been super fun. Yeah, I don't know. This Pantheon game, is there more? I'm just seeing like kind of like teaser screenshots. Yeah, they did a good job making it. It's like genuinely a fun take on the both the genre and stylistically. It's top tier. Like, whoops. You hope for Pantheon like 5 years ago. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's not much here for me to see. It just looks like, I feel like I'm looking at screenshots of World of Warcraft. Okay, they just put a trailer for early access. That's probably the place to go because it doesn't look like their main website has had much updating in a while. Plemons, I'm trying not to let you die, but occasionally I'm just randomly talking. So, so I hope there's no hard feelings. Okay. That's a really good point about Valve making shooters and MOBAs. Yeah. I'm surprised I didn't put that together previously. You'll remind me when Pantheon starts looking good? Bro. Rock on. I can now remove this from my mind. You let me know when it's a decent game, and we'll talk. Tab closed. Yeah, I'm going for 75 Red Mage Nasser. I want to use my my relic on a different job, and I think it's Red Mage is my OG main from original 75 COP era. So, and now I got a little bit of fire under my butt because we have treasures coming out in like months. Who was here earlier that asked about the date and I said don't make me tap the sign? I apologize because that was not very straightforward. It literally says it on my screen. It says it in the top right. I apologize if that sounded like a dick. But yeah, Cammy, the December 24th, supposedly. Yeah, I channeled my inner Eric on that one a little bit. But yeah, it's weird that they haven't, like... Well, okay. This is how I described it earlier, and I think it still fits. You know how when like a AAA game or just a big studio in general, they want to tell you that they're working on it. So what they do is they release like a screenshot of like in-game and then put like a winky face on Twitter, you know, and then the community blows up and they're like, "Bah, it's freaking Kingdom Hearts 7," you know, because just from a screenshot, right? It's not an official announcement. Sorry, chat. I'm eating and talking at the same time. I apologize. It's gross. It's not an official announcement that that game is coming out, but it is basically an announcement that that game is coming out. That's what I feel like this whole situation is. It's like, well, we haven't said in specific terms, like, you know, this is happening at this date, but like it's happening at this date, you know. So like, I think we're good. Yeah, it's like a third anniversary thing. Or second anniversary. Holy crap. All right. I need somebody to make me an add-on. Whenever the mob uses Rhino Guard, it puts a sound effect in chat that says, "Wake up, dummy." Can somebody make that? Oh, there's an icon. I can just look for when the mob has the buff. Huh? Holy crap. Fast cast, go! Fast cast, go! Horizon, they released a statement about funding. So they the dev team internally pays for server cost, and they don't take anything from outside. I think Hugh can even put out like a post detailing exactly how much it was or something like that. I forget. It's a while ago now since I've thought about this. Party took a little bit of a break. The time, yeah. I mean, I think Horizon from the very jump did something smart. Is they just split all the responsibilities up into teams. You know, like that was what impressed me from, because I only found out about the server about a week before release, but apparently people have been following the dev work for like a year or something like that. But like, you are working on the launcher. You are designing content. You are Hookstar. You just do everything. You know, like. I gotta go ask my brother a question real quick, chat. Yeah, realistically, because like here's the thing, they have the numbers to back up all that work too. It's like not only did we sustain a server, but you know, look at the numbers and the retention. It's kind of wild. Okay, I'm going to enfeeble the mob with Paralyze and Slow and Dia. And then I'm going to apply regen. And then I'm going to rest my mana pool. And I'm going to play responsibly. Like a real red mage who turns their nose up. Lame. Boo, you suck. Oh, it's got evasion boost. 1%. Ah, damn. Oh, and the one time I say that, I get a free MP refill. Damn it all. I don't know what that means. There's nothing on the screen. What does that even mean? I don't know if you guys can hear that at all. All right. Evasion boost. Evasion boost. Rhino Guard again? The hell? Wait. Did I just spell it literally as it was putting it up? Again? What is this? So I was only watching the chat. I wasn't paying attention to the icon. That's the part that gets me. So I saw the icon. Wait, did you also finale, Clemens? Oh, okay, that explains it. Because I saw the icon, I started casting, and then as I finished my cast, it used Rhino Guard. I cast again, it said no effect. And I was like, wait. So you must have finale'd one of them. Yeah, that makes sense. Ah, okay. You thought I got resisted. So you must have finale'd the second one. That makes perfect sense. Like right away as it happened. Yeah. Man, this has been a fantastic party. Is that 4 levels? I'm not even done with my Wandering Tales yet? Alright, this one is going to get debuffed and then I need to sit. Don't die, Plemons. Okay, Warriors got you. Because I need to stay sitting. I'm gonna magic burst slow here. Or not. That was gravitation. So yeah, if you tuned in late, I definitely recommend checking out the VOD of this video. Again, all my VODs are available on YouTube. I'll have this video marked with where we had like the real meat of the discussion around Treasure's release or announcement, whatever you want to call this. We're doing another grab? I bet we are. Damn it. I wanted to burst and I was trying to figure out what element they were doing. 245 EXP. This POL music. You know what's funny? Until like a couple of years ago, I had no idea there was different Play Online music. But apparently there was like 12 tracks. But yeah, there's definitely like a serotonin hit when you would log into POL back in the day and get boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Kill it. Keep the train. You know what, Hung? Funny story about exactly what you're asking. I went into the Lua file itself for party buffs, and I adjusted something because it was annoying me that party buffs overlapped lots when people cast lots. Oh, thank you. Protector. A couple months later, I was saying to myself, hey, I would like it if it were even further out, and then I could overlap like the text box too. In a way that would be like aesthetically pleasing for me. Like, I think it was like this specifically, actually. I think I wanted to do like, whoops. Yeah, see how the width is there? I wanted the width here and to pull the party buffs in. So I went into the party buffs Lua, and I couldn't figure out where to change it. It's wild. Like, I scoured the whole Lua. I'm like, what did I do to change this in the first place? Couldn't find it, man. Holodeath asks, am I still in demo? Yes, I'm still in demo. Look up Jungle from Play Online. It's good. I think I know which one you're talking about. We spent one time when I was still playing retail. We spent like 30 minutes listening to all the different Play Online music on stream one day. What's up, T20? But yeah, I don't know. What I could do, Hung, I could send you my party buffs. Just DM me on Discord. Been a while for you. Glad to see you still in there. Well, who's your character, Hollow? I remember when you had to listen to Dolphin for a bare minimum of 4 hours and 30 minutes. If you didn't listen to it, the game wouldn't update. Oh, yeah, wow. Yeah, Hollow. You were like early with me when I was in demo. Taking a long break from Horizon? So I was decorating the house for Halloween. What are your 5 must-watch movies during October? I don't know if I even have 5. I'm not like crazy into like fall / Halloween stuff. But I've definitely got like at least a couple. I don't know now that you ask. What keeps coming to mind is last year what we watched was we actually did a couple of movie nights in my Discord, and I found a movie that I just fell in love with, Tucker and Dale versus Evil. I think that's the name of the movie, right? Tucker and Dale. Oh, dude, I somehow missed this movie when it was out, and watched it for the first time last year. Friggin' fantastic. Ernest Scared Stupid. Honestly, probably a top contender. They make a cameo in another movie. That's awesome. Yeah, right? Evil Dead vibes. That like horror comedy genre that really only lands like it can be either really bad or really good. Alan Tudyk is just... I wish I knew more things he was in, but like every time I see him, or he's done a ludicrous amount of like Disney voiceover work. I don't know if you guys know this. It's absolutely wild. Troll 2 was the other movie we watched last year. That was a trip. Like, so Alan Tudyk did voiceovers in Moana, Big Hero 6, Moana 2, Encanto, Frozen, Harley Quinn. Like, it's just, this dude has a ridiculous like laundry list of like voiceover work he's done, in addition to just being a dope actor and like cool person. He was in the Clone Wars. Zootopia, Ice Age, obviously Ice Age. Like, I don't know, when I found this out, it clicked for me how many times I've heard his voice in like random yeah. Oh, and maybe he was in Firefly, I don't know. Probably one of the greatest characters in sci-fi or science fantasy. Although all the characters in Firefly are top tier. And it makes me sad when I think about it. Farscape it's not, bro. It's so not. I tried watching, I loved Farscape growing up. I tried watching it maybe last year or so. It doesn't hold up. Farscape does not hold up in the way that like I wanted it to, and I really did. Like, some episodes are really good. Dude, I don't know, man. I gave it everything I wanted it to be. So I will say this about Farscape for me. Farscape does something that I think is lost in a world where like your show has to be a Netflix special that's 8 episodes long each season. Farscape was in this period where you could have really long seasons, you could have a lot of seasons, and it did this thing where like it was like constantly kind of like fleshing out its world. So it had like an interesting world building aspect to it that you really can't get in a lot of stuff. But there's just no way it's better than Firefly. Oh. There's no way. I didn't know there was a book, Kupo. It's kind of interesting. I'm slowly collecting the full DVD set of Stargate SG-1. Basically, what I do is I go whenever I'm at a thrift store. I'll check for seasons and episode DVDs that I don't have, and I'll stick them on my shelf. But like specifically, I'm only buying from thrift stores. I'm not like going to eBay and getting what I'm missing. At least not yet. It's like, because Stargate was so popular, SG-1 specifically was so popular in its heyday, like, you can't, I personally, I don't believe you could go into a thrift store that has DVDs and not find something Stargate related. Maybe not just SG-1, but... Oh, The Expanse. Dude, if you love The Expanse and haven't read the books, it's one of the very, very rare times in my life where I'll actually recommend like people go out and read the books. Like me, when I finished The Expanse, I just needed more. I needed to know, like, so the thing that really caught me about that show is the writing seemed good at all times. There's a little bit of wavering, I think, that happens somewhere around the 4th season. Oh, no spoilers. No spoilers. There's a little bit of wavering, and I think that comes more from the actors getting a little... I don't know. I think something must have been going on behind the scenes because they were making a lot of money or something like that. But anyway, the books are so incredibly worth reading. It's wild. Like, in terms of faithfulness to the show, like, the show almost follows the books 1-to-1 for, like, even, like, dialogue choices. Which is where, like, oh, jeez. Which is where, like, if you have a writer who writes a book and then you make a show, usually that comes out better because you're not just, like, writing something from scratch. Season 4 is the last season with the old owners? Oh, I thought it was on Amazon the whole time. Is that wrong? Okay. Now it's my turn to say something controversial. I hated the 3-body problem. I felt like it was the most obnoxious try at a science fantasy show that I had ever seen. Look, there were some parts of it that were vaguely interesting. Like if the first episode or 2, there was like, whoa, this is going to be a trip. And then like the show in its entirety is like really bad character exposition, followed by more really bad character exposition, followed by more really bad character exposition, and then like a bunch of people get chopped in half with their big budget scene. It's that. It's the dialogue between characters that's supposed to determine what. Okay, so the show itself has an interesting premise. The premise is the 3-body problem is if you have three masses that are in gravitational pull of each other, that you cannot determine what those masses will do with any certainty. So you have like when you have one thing rotating around and then another thing interrupting that rotation, it's just there's so much that there's so many variation. There's so much variation what the gravity of each object can affect to the others that you can't calculate it. That's like the premise, and that's like a known like physics quandary. And so, just some like light explanation how this relates to the show is there's like this other world where this other dimensional thing going on where like you're like on this planet that's trying to determine how its seasons are going to change. And maybe people have read the book can maybe describe this part a little bit better. How like their planet is going to be affected through like mass extinction because the one part of their 3-body problem is gone too far. Oh, we got a Twitch ad? A minute long. All right. I think this is interesting. For people who like enjoy sci-fi shows, like science fantasy, science fiction, I think this is, something to be aware of at the very least. Yo, thank you for the follow, Haru. Duataru? I'm gonna throw on a quick protector while we're chilling. I'm back, screw Twitch. All right. So I think I left off before the commercial was saying something about like that 3-body problem is sort of established in physics. And it's sort of like there's this extra dimensional thing going on of like this world trying to determine the catastrophic events that are going to happen to it. But it's lodged in a 3-body situation. I think that's part of the premise that is the show is predicated on, right? But it explores the story of somebody who like discovered it. I'm trying to remember like essentially the opening plot, because my takeaway after watching the whole one season or whatever it is just like I wanted the sort of like like I wanted that sci-fi aspect of it to be what keeps me interested. And it just floats away. It just disappears. Like, they retain some semblance of it. I think season 2 will really get into the kick-ass aspect of it. I hope so. Dude, like seriously, like what I just described is like a really cool premise and interesting idea. And I'm interested to see anybody who's just hearing about the show for the first time, the 3-body problem, goes and watches it yourself. But the dialogue does not move the characters along ever. But they're having dialogue as though it's developing character. And I just couldn't get past it. Like, it kind of like slapped me time and time again. I'm like, all right, well, they just had a whole conversation and neither character progressed. I'm like, okay, whatever, I'll keep watching. And then, like, they sprinkle in the slightest dusting of, like, interesting sci-fi aspects. And then there'll be like a half an episode or more of like 2 to 3 characters talking to each other. And it doesn't progress their character stories. Like, I'm like, how do you pull this off? Like, how? Again, this could just be the experience I had. I'd be curious if somebody else who like watches from this point maybe picks up what I'm saying on. But I definitely got hints that, like, the books were maybe tapping into something more interesting that the show just didn't know how to do. So, I don't know. So, Plemons, those are my feelings. I think, like I said, I think there was something good in there. And I'll probably watch season 2. I just... Like, The Expanse, the first 3, at least the first 2, if not the first 3 seasons of The Expanse are some of the best sci-fi television ever made. And Oh, we have some new people showing in. So your title is ToAU announced. I'm sure you already covered on Horizon's plans on adding retail. Or adding ToAU. You play retail. Don't have the free time and Horizon. And then Ghost String is asking, where was ToAU announced? So on the top right-hand corner of my screen, you'll see 12/24/24. The devs basically put in, basically gave us some teaser that is the date that ToAU is going to be released. So if you want to see that for yourself, it's in the Horizon Discord. Look for the 12/24/24 channel. You can read through some of the things the devs said. But as far as I can tell, that is in fact the date for Treasures. Likely the rebase will be happening at or near that same time, which was the rebase is what was holding things back. It reminds me of the Illuminati Avengers plot arc in Marvel, where planets collide. Interesting. I wonder, because like I said, that is like a known physics problem. Actually, I enjoyed listening to what's his face on YouTube about the three-body problem more than I enjoyed the television show or Netflix special or whatever you want to call it. Neil deGrasse Tyson. He does like an explainer video on the three-body problem, and it's like it just made me want to watch more of him and what he does rather than some of the worst character exposition I've ever seen. Yo, Chocobits. Question, am I leveling any jobs with ToAU in mind? You got Dragon 75 because it's a good Aht Urghan job. You know, I actually meant to, on this stream, talk about what I'm going to do to prep for Treasures, and we never got around to that. And I think I'm a little too fried at this point to start now. But like, I do want to talk about like what I want to do with my alts and stuff like that. So that'll probably be on the next stream. But I will say that was my original plan for Dragoon. Like, look, I have Dragoon similar to you. I have Dragoon at 65. And because I thought Dragoon/Blue looked heckin' fun. Ooh, we got my song. Marvel was more concerned with the ethical or moral implications of having to choose which body survives. The three-body problem sounds like a more sophisticated plot and will require better writing. Yeah, it's really weird. I legitimately, when I finished this show, I legitimately said to myself, I wish I would have taken notes on the things I didn't like about it, because it only rarely was the sci-fi plot. I thought that part was at least interesting enough. And then they have these like sort of higher budget moments that happen. Like I mentioned, people getting cut in half was sort of like this high budget scene, which I don't want to go into detail because it was actually kind of cool. And that doesn't tell you what happened. If anybody wants to watch it from here. But I just like for me, it's easy to watch a show and be like, oh, that show sucked, or that show was, you know, like a sci-fi show, and it was like, oh, that was cheesy, but it was good for this or that reason. And this was the very first time I can recall going, specifically what I said is like, how do you have characters talking to each other this much and not forward their character plot with each other or with the people around them? It's like somebody with like a lack. It was written by somebody with a lack of like understanding of like how humans change each other and like grow from one another. Like it was wild. We'll probably beat out Cocoon. Well, imagine getting all those benefits, Chocobit, and then you also get like some accuracy, some attacks, some strength, and whatnot out of your spells. Because remember, setting them gives you job traits as well. Like Zat guns and SG-1 deleting bodies. Like, guaranteed blue will have a spell that's just as fast as bar spells. Like, I don't know what spell that is. But that's only the tip of what blue sub offers, I think. Is gravitation? No, gravitation's not ice. Gravitation's the other side of darkness. Damn. Yeah, and for sure, right? Like, stuff that's well written is so noticeably like different and better, and it's something that I pay close attention to. We were having a conversation the other day about just to jump into a whole nother franchise chat right when you think we're talking about one thing, but Doctor Who, and Druin was saying how he thinks, like, for him the latest season of Doctor Who and the new Doctor might be his favorite, and he's like a Who fan. And we got onto the subject of just how, like, I haven't seen the new season. I watched the special, but I felt like the Jodie Whittaker seasons, I just felt like she was trying to carry, but like I felt like the writing was just made the show like not anything special. And then when they brought David Tennant back for the special, I was like, wow, the writing's great again. And it's not just the fact that David Tennant's here, and he pointed out that it's the old writers. So, like, I don't know, sometimes you change a writer, man. And Sprout Smack, I could see that. That sounds fast. Here we go. But yeah, 3-body problem. If that sounded interesting to you, I hope I don't color your perception if you go to check it out, because eventually season 2 is going to be coming out, and probably be a fun thing to talk about and hash out then as well. But I'd be curious other people's impressions that enjoy that kind of like science fiction, science fantasy television stuff. Oh yeah, but the whole point we're talking about this, definitely recommend the books of The Expanse. It really fleshes out the world building, which was cool to begin with in the shows, and really gives some interesting character arcs to all the main cast. And is like never disappoints. Like each book is great on its own. And oh, who was saying? Vox, were you the one saying you have it on Audible ready to go? Because I have a tip. This is actually important. Okay. Do not skip the short stories. So when these novels were releasing, they did a short story in between. I believe it was every one. Listen to the short stories in between the books that they come out. If you can remember, or if you're wanting to get everything out of it, they're not as potent if you do the short stories after you listen to all the books. Because that's what I did, and when I finished it, I was like, man, these would have been so much cooler in between where they were. It's just like, for reasons I don't want to go into, but that's just my recommendation. They're really cool because they're short stories, right? So each one has like maybe an interesting character or a bend or a twist to something going on in the main story, and they're really wanted in between. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to elaborate any further. But yeah, there's basically, if you're on Audible, there's all the books, and then I think the short stories are maybe purchasable individually, but the short story collection is like the thing you want to get. Okay, perfect example. That was a short story book. I believe. Oh, there's a reading and viewing order on Reddit, actually. Wait. It might have been, but here's a good example of one that was a short story. The moment in the show where you know how they call what's his face the butcher of Anderton Station, that they go through like that story. It's like that's like one of the short stories. I'm pretty sure it's called. It's. I'm gonna be honest with you. All this stuff is slightly blurring together because it's been a while since I listened to the audiobooks, but I just want to double check that for my own sake at this point. Playing Ranger, so you love it. It costs a lot, but the damage is so insane, isn't it? Though. Yeah, where they touched on his backstory. Exactly. So that was one of the short stories that they incorporated into the show in order to maintain plot or whatever. Okay, that's what I was I think I was misremembering. So, the not necessarily the kid with the that jumps into the portal, but there was a short story on the creation of the drives, and that's what I got mixed up. What's his face? The Epstein drive or whatever, which I believe in the show they have like a small part of an episode where they describe the creation of the Epstein drive. Yes. So that was also a short story in between the books that got adapted. Well, yeah, what an unfortunate name. Like, All right, am I paying enough attention to what's going on with my party? Oh, 91 experience. I think we've hit our All right, let's kill a couple more things, I guess, before we make any kind of determinations here, but yeah, there's a couple of small things like that. Like, I don't know. I'm actually curious. When you've listened to all the books, we'll have a good chat. It's kind of like interesting, the differences between the books and the show. I don't know, man. You and Cletus look pretty similar. Sure you don't share that same passion? So many Dommel. Oh, I should rest. I'm not 40 yet. I don't have refresh. I'm getting refresh soon, chat. And convert, right? Isn't convert 40 as well? And then what? Haste is 45? Something like that. $48. I keep missing that Scission skill chain. Yeah, both chats should be on screen, yeah? That just clicked for you, Vox? Are both chats not on screen? Wait, why aren't both chats on screen? What? What? Botrix, you drunk. Yeah, no, Twitch. What language is that in? Why is my Botrix in a different language now? They did nerf Beastman Seal Farm. Am I R0ing? What is going on in this party right now? Why is this in a different language? I'm clicking English. I'm literally clicking English. All right. Oh, does my GM friend ever come along? You mean Revel? No, I haven't seen Revel in a long time. I miss Revel. For context, for those of you who are relatively new to my streams, if I would die while in an EXP party or something, or like a BCNM, there'd be Revel, just dancing on my dead body. Whoops. Those were the days. Dia? Revel, turn your entire Toons EXP party into giant demons. Love it, dude. That's great. Let me try refreshing Botrix and see if we don't get both chats. All right, YouTube chat, say something. It's not showing up. Whoops. I don't get it. Why does this work some days but not others? Maybe I just got to do this. Maybe I just got to do this. Window capture. No. That didn't work. Maybe I don't want to do this. I'm gonna have to find a new friggin' service for my dual chat. This one breaks randomly. Whoa, we got 2 whole Dalmal that apparently we've been fighting. Oh, you mean that guy over there, long arm? Flemings, don't die. Oh, I'm resting. Why am I resting? Oh, I'm hitting my rest macro, not my cure macro. Twitch stream is really screwy. Twitch, has the stream looked bad for you guys? I haven't really tried anything different since I had some reported issues like about a month ago, and I haven't really looked into it. Okay. Yeah, YouTube I know. About a month ago, I changed to the way I output dual streams. So I used to use a intermediary service called Restream that would take my stream and push it out to Twitch and YouTube. Later, Keith. That would push it out to Twitch and YouTube. Now I just stream to both platforms through my PC. But in order to do that, I have a main canvas for my YouTube stream, and I output, which is at 1080p, and I output that that same stream to Twitch, but Twitch is 720p. So I thought maybe that might have caused some complication. I would say if you're on Twitch and it shows me as 1080p, I would try downgrading it to 720 and see if that fixes any issues, Sayo. But otherwise, wherever works for you. Yeah, that does sound like a Twitch thing, because I have the same thing happen to... I had the same thing happen when I watch streams, like... it rarely, but it happens. I was watching a Magic tournament the other day, and it was in the finals. I had watched multiple rounds, and then the quarters, and the semis, and then the finals come up, and game 1 ends, and we're about to go into game 2. A commercial hits, and then the stream just dies. And then like 20, 30 seconds later, we can refresh it and get back into the game. But it's like the finals. Like... I try, you know what's funny is I missed the last couple, but I try to pay attention when ads are coming, and I will generally, this is for all you Twitch viewers, I will generally try to like make sure I don't, continue like on a topic or, craft a speed belt or something while you guys are on commercials, because I have no control over what YouTube is doing currently. But Twitch, I do. And so I try to do that for you guys. It's a whole thing, man, cuz it's all money involved. So like they've got to do their best to pressure us to do the thing so that they can pressure advertisers to pay the thing. And I have no MP. Where am I getting the lo-fi tracks? This is all a playlist on Space Roast's YouTube channel. Wait, my inventory's full. What the heck? Hey, yo. It's Space Roast on YouTube. He does VGM covers. He has a whole Final Fantasy XI playlist. Just released a bunch of 14 stuff, if that's your jam. I really need to rest. 1 second, chat. Yeah, Druid and I got stuck on Honeybee Lovely and never went back. Kind of sucks. Oh, that reminds me. I've got to do an M4 tomorrow so I can get my token on Tuesday. I got to do like a regular M4. But I'm probably going to be in maintenance mode until the FF11 raid comes out. It has Berserk on. I'm gonna leave it. It's the biggest DPS you could do is have your whoa, Dia, probably bad idea. Yeah, dude. Me and Druin did we did M1. I've got all my accessories from that. We were clearing it weekly. And then we started progging M2, and then, well, you know what happened is Deadlock came out. Like a couple weeks into our M2 prog. It's like a month into it. Yeah, I've been thinking about snapping up a few people who already know the fight and just kind of like, because getting the clear is so much easier than doing like not blind, but doing like pug prog parties. Those were rough, man. ToAU for real, yes, /poke. 12/24/24 is what we know so far. I will keep everybody updated as best I can, but I'm getting my information from the Discord, so there's a new channel there called 12/24/24. Oh, you've already got through 3 cleared? Sick. There's another person then. We can just kind of mash it out. I really liked the Honeybee Lovely fight. It's just like we did a couple of pug progs and we didn't want to put 20 hours into pug progging anymore, I think was part of it. But also just life stuff. And then Deadlock. How are we doing our pug parties? We are specifically seeking out parties that are on the same phase we are. And then progging that phase. You did Alexander Ultimate for 6 months. Wow. Yeah, Ultimate is above my level of like desire to do in 14. Oh yeah, Party Finder. Yeah. But like you guys who are into that stuff, like I think it's super cool. Like I think it's interesting that they can create like that level of difficult content. Two Beastman seals from this run. Let's go. Or from this EXP party. Yeah, right. That totally tracks Sayo. I mean, especially adults, adult humans, which, you know, theoretically most of those 8 people are. Or at least resemble adults in one way or another. Let's see, I am 700, lol. Damn it. I'm always off of the decision. I gotta pay more attention. Are they 4-stepping? Wild. That is water, right? Nope. What elements are grav? Darkness? No, that's the... Yeah, no. Dark, as in dark magic. And... Wind? No. Earth? Maybe I'm just bursting on the detonation and that's the wrong one. Because I keep missing decision. I'm unable to cast spells. Oh, I'm silenced. Okay, it is dark and earth. Got it. We got screwed this week. Our white mage is grounded. Oh, I'm still in voice? I didn't realize I was still in voice chat. I'm streaming. They can't hear you guys. Uh-huh. Oh. Okay, so would you say that if you get that particular Diabolos, you're probably just screwed? Ooh, maybe that's the play. Yeah, I mean it's kind of a fair, a fair thing to have to overcome like that. Like it, but you'd have to know. We didn't know what Diabolos it was before we engaged it, did we? Does it say like diamond or heart or whatever? Oh, okay. So and it did. It said Diabolos. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's how I felt. And that's what I was saying in my chat as well. It just kind of like there was no player agency for our loss. Right. Yeah, I agree with what you were saying at the end of the run too. It was like it just feels good to get back into this, let's keep giving it a shot. We've been kind of out of it for so long. yeah, I mean, you know, maybe people are more interested in. I mean, maybe not everybody's using there too. It's worth it to keep testing the water, keep filling it out. Maybe just even asking people if they have the cooldowns. Yeah, exactly. Keep some kind of momentum. Yeah. All good. Yeah, I'm a pop out of voice, but good chat. Later. I didn't realize I was still in voice chat from our Tavnazia run earlier. But basically, the LS leader was saying how he doesn't think we could have even cast stun on the Diabolos. If you guys, for those of you who were here for that run earlier today, so TLDR, we got to Diabolos in Tavnazia, and we only had one, and we fought the one. About 10 seconds into the fight, maybe 20 seconds into the fight, it uses Nightmare and sleeps us all. And then while we're slept, proceeds to charm like 5 DDs who just start demolishing everybody on the hate list. And then when the final person on the hate list died, Diabolos despawned. So we started the fight. We were all slept. Our DDs were charmed. And then the mob disappeared, and we had there was no point at any spot in that entire thing where we could have done something to prevent that. So we started saying hey, what if we chain spell stunned this thing? And it sounds like that may not have been an option because of resistance. So I don't really know. Don't really have much to say on the topic, but just wanted to let you guys know. All right, Sayo. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I would like to revisit Honey Be Lovely because I thought it was a cool fight at the very minimum. So appreciate that. I'll talk to Druin about it because him and I put so much effort in. It would be a thing where probably the two of us would want to give that another try. Summoner burn? I guess, yeah. Maybe that's the play. I mean, okay, so let me rephrase. There was nothing in that moment we could have done to get a win. But yeah, I suppose there's a strategy we could go in for the next one. The other thing is, we may get a totally different Diabolos next time, and then that Diabolos may be may have a completely different set of reasons why we lose, So I don't know. We're gonna keep at it, I think. Usually we do them on Sundays, and I either stream Saturday or Sunday, so chances are it'll be live next time it happens. M3 is your favorite? I think Cammy was saying he really enjoyed M3 as well. Or he was saying he hated it. I can't remember which of the two it was. He definitely had feelings. I'm out of MP. Oh no. Soul Voice Ballad. Let's go. 2 points per tick. Okay, I'm gonna wait until the gravitation happens. So there's the detonation, which I could have bursted, in theory, all of these. Was I too early on the MB? I was. That sucks. Oh wait, it didn't chain. Ah, whatever. All right, last boss. All right. GG's, everybody. Yeah, so probably next stream, which will be maybe Tuesday, I do want to talk over like what I want to do, what my goals are as on my main, on my hardcore character. You know, with treasures on the horizon, what I, as a crafter, as a maybe even as a fisherman. I'd like to hash that stuff out with everybody because I think we should all start thinking about, you know, if you want to play a new job, you know, inventory situation maybe even, although that should be solved with the expansion dropping. But that'll all be on the next stream. I'm gonna go. I gotta be up at 5. So it's almost 10, and I need to get some sleep. So we're gonna raid on over to Das Acher. And on Twitch, on YouTube, that's gonna be it for today's stream. You guys, like I said, Twitch is going on over to DA. YouTube, that's it for you. If you haven't already, please drop a like on this video. It helps me out a ton. Really appreciate all your likes and your support. Thank you, everybody. Where does the expansion come out? Treasures? Treasures going to be out on 24th of December. But yeah. Awesome hanging out with you all tonight. And have fun over on DA's stream, okay? All right. Peace out, everybody. See you soon. Bye.